We're live. The microphone is working. Let's try this. Third time is the charm, right? So I did post on a few of my Facebook pages that are related to businesses that I'm doing this. So for who's a follower of the channel, thanks for showing up. Even if you're coming in late and you're catching this on a replay, that's cool. I'm going to start doing these probably every Monday night while I'm on the road, while I'm traveling. It'll give people a chance to ask me questions based on where I've been and what I've been doing throughout the week. So, yeah, it should be interesting. And if you have any questions, this is the time to ask them. And I always will still take answers in questions in the comments. And if you take the time to write me by Gmail, I will surely write you back, right? So it's one of those things where I want to be more engaged. I've been watching a lot of different YouTube videos lately, and some of the expat bloggers, they're incredibly interesting will be the term I'll use, right? So I want to try and offer something a wee bit different. Now, certain bloggers definitely have the same formula I have. I do a combination of walking around, showing you things, and the talking head. And in the beginning, I even did some interviews. So I would love to hear from the fans or just interested people if they would like me to continue to do interviews. And if so, what kind of interviews? Now, obviously, because my channel originally started as a channel for working on a cartoon, I do interact with a lot of artists online. And that's the reason why I came to the Philippines in the beginning. I can find artists here cheaper, better, faster than I do back home, much like the women. Not so much cheaper, but, cheaper in the long run for sure, but better is the thing, right? So I really, really like the Philippines. I mean, I gripe about certain things in certain videos as I discover them, but it's because the death by 1,000 cuts thing where, you don't expect it. It's an unpleasant surprise. And so, hey, how are you, Cebu boss man? Welcome to the stream. This is the third attempt. I had a couple people in the last one, but the sound wasn't working. At sort of my first run at doing a live stream. So, welcome. So if you have any questions, if you're a regular follower of the channel and you want to type out a question, I will more than happily answer it. Nothing's off the table, so to speak. No, so yeah. So where I was why I was talking about why I came here, and it was for the artists. And I ended up having the channel for a good 8-9 months, and I didn't do a single post because this really wasn't my additional medium to contacting and chatting with people. I'm sort of a bit of a rookie, and that's an odd question. Secret Service agent? That would be America, and so I think I can say no to that. I'm a Canadian, so no. If you ask me why I'm bald, it's mostly because it's hot over here. But I was bald even in Canada, just because I work with food and nothing. I find most people despise than finding hair in their food. So since I was like a butcher, a bit of a master with a knife, which of course buys into that Secret Service thing. But no, I'm working in kitchens, I'm working in butcher shops, I'm working in places like that. So I just don't grow any hair. I keep the eyebrows, obviously, I'm not a freak. But yeah, so no, not a Secret Service agent. So anyways, like I said, I came here originally to work on the cartoon, and I got a lot of it done in the first 6 months, and then I just ran out of money. And for people who have been watching the channel long term, that's about the same time I decided I couldn't just spend every day being drunk, picking up women. I was bored. I'm a workaholic. And so I opened up the bar in Jensen. And I was able to get a business visa relatively easy. So the talk that it's an impossible task is not true. There's a lot of people who say things on the internet, on Facebook and YouTube in particular, that don't really know what they're talking about. I call them keyboard warriors, because they like to think they know what they're talking about, but they don't really. So, any other questions, Cebu Boss Man? I'm all ears. That was a funny question, and being the first question asked, it's an interesting one for sure. I run a gaming company too, like role play, Dungeons and Dragons, dice, and papers on a table, and things like that. And so part of this channel was, of course, me going to various game cons, because there is literally a gamers convention every 2 or 3 weeks somewhere in the Philippines or Southeast Asia, because I don't mind going to them in Thailand or Cambodia, Malaysia. I never was doing a lot of videos at those back then, because this was before I was getting into really blogging on a day-to-day basis. And now, of course, if I go to these things, I will be blogging about them, because I'll tell you too, even if you're not a gaming geek, if you're over here looking for an interesting, cute, low mileage, fantastic girl, you will meet them at game cons. No, I'm still broke. I'm going home in 9 days to Canada to make money over the Christmas season, because my businesses in Canada really make a lot on Christmas Eve and New Year's Eve, 2 biggest days of the year. More than enough for me to come back over here. I came over this time with only about $2,000 and a $2,000 credit card. I built a whole bar. I furnished a house. I bought a van, and I lasted all 4 months. So the idea that you have to come over here with tens of thousands of dollars is just plain ridiculous propaganda. I live reasonably comfortably at under $800 a month. I have a beautiful woman and a baby. Before that, I was dating all the time. So I wasn't sitting at home, staring at the wall, which I would be doing in the West if I only had a budget of $800 a month, right? So you have a choice, right? I mean, you can stay at home and be miserable and be upset about how things are. And as you age, have even less ability to do anything about it. Or you can get off your ass, quit your belly aching, pack a bag, take as much as you can muster in cash, and get your ass on over here. And when people say, well, you can't survive, you can. I do. I have. My first time, if you've watched my channel, I came over with, less than $3,000 and a month worth of prepaid hotels. I lasted 18 months. So the idea that, and not from grifting, not from asking for money, because I only started to mention donations on the page after meeting several other YouTubers and being on their channels. And they said, hey, you should do that. You should ask for donations. Why don't you have a PayPal? Why don't you have any of these things, these links on your page? Because they make money on it. They make more than they make from YouTube. So I took their advice. And I mean, I guess some guys are all brokey. Well, whatever. I mean, say what you want. I mean, you might have a lot of money, but maybe you don't. But are you happy? And if you're happy, how much is it costing to be happy? I'm happy on $800 a month. I got a van, I got a motorbike, I got a nice house. I know I have no desire to live in places like Manila or Cebu. I'm Cebu Boss Man. I assume that's where you're from. I tried those places for 3 and 6 months, respectively, and I didn't like them. I found they were boring. I found they were too filled with expats, and the women there were all just gold diggers looking for dumbass expats to milk like cows. So I went to Pagadian. I really liked it. I had a girl there. And I don't date whores. Like, I prefer low mileage, good girls, preferably with a little bit of a religious side to them. So I'm never going to go to places like Angel City and stuff. Like, as fun as it is. I mean, I used to go to Thailand for 45 days every year, and I wasn't banging the Thai whores either, right? Like, I mean, I would go mostly because I had friends who wanted to go for the Thai whores and for other stuff. But it's because I would tell them to come there with me, even if they hadn't come before, because Thailand is heaven on earth. Thailand is a place where no matter what depressed, shitty state you're in back home in the West, Australia and Europe, if you go and spend 2 weeks in Thailand and you're not immediately cured, something's wrong, deeper wrong. Like mentally, you're just broken and you can't be fixed. Because most of the people I've taken, and I've taken literally over 100 people to Thailand over the 16-year trick of going there every year, I always have the saying, I'll buy you your ticket if you aren't happier when you leave. Because when you leave, when you get home, you no longer give a shit about the ex-wife. You don't give a shit about the shitty job. You don't give a shit about whatever was putting you on the edge and thinking self-mutilation, whatever. I'm not sure what words I can use in a live chat versus a video, but you don't have that exiting stage left theory if you had it when you left. What happens is you get there, you see how wonderful life can be, and all you're thinking about when you get home is when you're going next. And that, I think, is much better than taking a bunch of pharmaceuticals and talking to some lefty tree-hugging shrink who's only going to give you more bad advice. I mean, 90% of the bad advice that women get are either from friends or psychiatrists in North America. You're unhappy? Leave your man. You're going to be happier. No, you're not. Nobody wants an old broad. For me, when I got free, I was like, I kept asking for 2 months every morning, are you sure? Are you sure? Are you sure? Because I couldn't believe it. You're going to set me free? Because that's exactly what it was, right? I mean, I don't see it. I know some guys come over here all depressed and bummed out because their wife left them or this or that. No, bro, they did you a fucking favor. Men are at their peak from 40 to 60, especially for options when it comes to ladies. So you have a choice. You can stay back home and not have any life, or you can come on over here and really, really thrive. And you do. That's why I said this in the first blog that wasn't working with the mic. But when I watch the other YouTube channels and they talk about guys who, have lost everything and been scammed and this and that, they were fucking idiots. I mean, that's the basis of the situation here. And they were idiots here. They were idiots at home. Idiots is idiots. You can't fix stupid, to quote, Larry. The reality is I came over here with next to nothing 3 times now, and I've thrived 3 times now. Now, the first time, I only went home because there were some issues that needed my attention personally. Second time, after 18 months, I only went home because I was being audited by my government because my son wasn't maintaining the businesses and wasn't filing properly, and they wanted me to be there to do it. So I did. And instead of just going home for 1 month, it was summer. That's a peak business time for my businesses at home, too. Of course, I'm going to stay there for the summer. The summer there is the same as the summer here. I mean, in Canada, it's actually better because there's better beaches and I make money. So, but I came back this time a little underfunded only because I didn't realize how much more expensive San Carlos is, where I am now, San Carlos Negros Occidental, compared to General Santos, where I had lived for 18 months and had my bar. I was able to really do well there on even less than the $800 a month. And I had the bar, which also covered that $800 a month, plus. The bar was covering my expenses here. So I didn't even have to worry about back home. I didn't have a van. I didn't have a motorbike, but I did have a nicer house. And I was able to travel while I was there. I was coming up to Cebu every, 6 weeks to visit my girlfriend, blah, 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 blah. So to go back to the story, though, after I left Cebu and Manila, which I found sucked big time, I went to Pagadian and I did 3 months there, and it was okay. And I liked the town. I kind of liked the girl I was with too, but it just didn't work out. And for me, if a girl starts giving me signs of crazy, I'm out. Like, I'm not one of these limp simps who's going to stick around and put up with crap. I mean, especially over here, we are the prize. So even a brokey like me, right? Because at the end of the day, we don't beat our women. We treat them nicer. We try to give them a better life. And the average local just doesn't. They don't. That's just the plain truth. They do beat the shit out of their women regularly. They do cheat on them. They do neglect them because Red Horse comes first, right? So it's not a wonder why more Filipinas would prefer to be with a Western man, right? Now, part of it is they have this delusion that we're all rich and we're going to carry them and their whole family. I set up those barriers right away and say, no, I'm not going to do that. I'll cover tonight's dinner. I'll cover the hotel. I might buy you a dress or some shoes or something, but I'm not funding your whole clan. I'm definitely not giving you an allowance. These are all signs that these girls use to test how stupid are you as a Westerner. And that's why you see so many homeless Westerners here. I mean, other than the guys who lose their ID or have it stolen and destroyed by crazy exes, it's almost always a romance scam. For me, when I've become broke, it's because I just came with too little money and I had unexpected things come along and kick me in the butt, right? Now, they're not so bad that I'm flying home. I even have my ticket to come back in January already, right? And I did that all on business I made while remote, not through donations on the Facebook or the YouTube. I do appreciate the couple cups of coffee, the maybe 5,000 pesos I've earned on this channel all day long from small donations. Hey, thanks a lot, but it's not paying my bills by any stretch of the imagination. And I'm not a monetized channel, partially because I don't even have the amount of numbers. Secondly, because I originally didn't form this channel with the intent of making it a monetized channel. I originally produced this channel, like I said, to cover the show and the adventures of producing the show, the obstacles you're going to reach, editing, finding corporate sponsors. Like I was busting my hump for a really big popular chicken company here to be in the show as a product placement. It would have been a great deal for them, and it would just give me more money to pay Filipino artists because I came with a very limited budget of my own and a small sponsorship from Red Bull to get what I've got done in the cartoon that I'm doing. But I don't get paid till the pilot's done. So, and then of course, once the pilot's done and they accept it, they will pay me. They'll own the pilot at that stage. And they'll also give me my 3-season contract. And then I get paid for season 1. I produce season 1. Then they pay you for season 2. I produce season 2. Then they pay you for season. You see how it works? That's how it is, right? So I own a lot of intellectual property, and I never gave up the rights to that. So those are things that were my original retirement plan. But now that I've been over here for almost 3 years, but definitely well over 2, I won't count the months I was in Canada for the summer because it doesn't really count when you're doing numbers. But I wired Gensan hard. I know where to get everything I need down there. I can set up and open a bar down there for under 3,000 Canadian dollars. And I already have all the equipment. So all I really got to do is pay about $1,500 for a storage facility that's been keeping all this stuff, right? So I'll pay that, and I can reopen Gensan in February as soon as I come back. Because part of the reason why I'm leaving in 9 days to go back to Canada, as I mentioned earlier, either in this one or one of the failed ones that didn't work with no sound, is I make more money on Christmas Eve and New Year's Eve. So those are my means to regenerate funds. I'll pay off that $2,000 credit card that I brought with this time as a backup, which I milked right dry. It's completely bone dry. And I'll bring more than 1,800 back with me, right? But I'm only back for 4 months. I'm back for January, February, March, April, and a good chunk of April. And I leave middle of April. So I'm back in Canada for Good Friday because my original business season is pretty much Good Friday till the 1st of September. And then I get 2 good days in December. So now those days are good enough to justify the $1,000 or $1,200 Canadian it costs for a return flight. And people say, that's all? Yeah, that's all. It's called shopping around, right? Like there are a lot of these people who just waste money. And it's like, why? Why are you doing that? It's not even if you're showing off for girls, just blatant wasting money. Like the people who stay in BGC on a 35,000 peso apartment are just plain stupid. I'm sorry. Like, if you're going to pay that kind of rent to live in a westernized area of Manila, why are you even here? Just stay at home, right? And if you're just coming for the girls, I guess that's worth it. But those same girls can be had in the 10,000 peso apartment, right? So it's just one of these things where I personally came over here with a completely different mindset and a completely different agenda than I would suggest at least 75% of other Westerners come over here. The other 25 are on my page. They're here to live cheaply because it's cheaper here, but they're also here to be free. There's another Canadian, Chad Foster. I watch him. He's got a decent following, so most people know who he is. But, he said it best. It's the freedom of being here. If I want to go for a day-long motorbike ride, I can. If I want to just travel to another island for a week, I can. In Canada, you have to decide, should I go out to eat tonight or do I need to save money because, my 7 subscription plans cost $150 a month. Do you know what I mean? My electric bill is always $400. I don't pay that in rent and hydro and water and and internet here. I didn't even pay that in Gensen. Gensen was great. I was getting away with like $250 a month in my living expenses. That's rent. That's all my utilities. All I was covering extra out of that was food and dating and alcohol. I do like to drink. This video is brought to you by Heineken, a beer of choice. I won't drink local shit. I won't even drink Red Horse if it's free and someone gives it to me. I'd just rather not. I think it's just such awful beer. Personally, my pick of beer here is Colt 45. And when I first saw the label, I thought it was going to be the nasty ass shit you can get in the States. It's a malt liquor, popular in the poorer ghetto-y districts of bigger cities. It's not. The one here is an ale. It's great. It tastes good. It's 7%. It's also considered a cheap brand. So for me, I'm a cheap Charlie. I'm a brokey, as a boss man there says. It's one of those things where it's not about being a brokey. Even if I had hundreds of thousands in my account, dollars, I wouldn't be wasting it. I mean, that's the reason why I'm under 50 and I'm retired and I'm over here, right? I could have been like some of my friends who want to stay for 10 more years. They want to wait for pension. I don't get that mentality. It's not going to get better in the West. It's only going to get worse. It's only going to get more expensive. It's only going to get more dangerous. And so the idea that you working for 10 more years is somehow going to make a difference is just insanity. It's you staying in the rat race because you have fear to get out of it, right? You say to yourself, no, it's okay. I'm going to make more and I'm going to have a better life there. No, for all you know, in 10 years, you wouldn't be allowed to come over here, right? Here might not even exist. If they hadn't gotten Trump back in office this last time, there wouldn't be a northern Philippines. Manila Island and all that would already be Chinese territory. The Chinese are not shy at all. And we don't get to see it in our news in the West. They don't let you see what's really happening there. In Canada, we actually have laws against foreign news outlets. In the States, it's just blatant. You're so stuffed with bogus fake news that they don't have time to talk about the real news in the world. But like for me, a year before I even was coming over here, I was watching Indian, like from India with a dot, not a feather news. And it was all, at least once a day, I would hear stories about China doing aggressive military things to the Philippines, to Vietnam, to South Korea, to India. They are very big on expansionism, and they're not shy. What's my cartoon about? Well, I own a lot of intellectual property in the gaming world, and is yet another gaming-related kind of cartoon. Medieval times kind of thing, magic, wizards, dragons, that kind of stuff. Geared more towards an adult audience. Very much like Vox Machina, which is very popular on Prime. The difference is I find their episodes are too short. All my episodes are 48 minutes. I went with the bigger payload for minutes. And I own all the intellectual property to a whole world I've been playing on since the 1980s. I used to work for another company, and when they got bought up by Wizards of the Coast, which are now the people who own Dungeons and Dragons, I didn't sell my stuff. They were offering a nice size check, but I was like, nah, because I had a good job. I didn't need it. And I always figured I would use that stuff, that intellectual property, as my retirement. So like right now, actually, what I do when I don't have internet, because I just went 8 days without electricity and internet because of the typhoons here, I just typed up modules for games, worked on DM notes, which is Dungeon Master Storyteller side, for different cities in my atlas, because I've got about 170 cities in the world, and I've been playing on it for 35 plus years. So there's so much rich history. And that's why for the show, yeah, I've only got a 3-season contract with the current subscriber, current streamer, but I know they're going to take me on for more. And if not, there is a clause in my contract that I can take my shows to another streamer to continue the series on, because technically the story I'm doing, I really have like 16 seasons worth of content. And then just like what they've done with Star Wars, the mouse there, I can have, after the first 3 seasons are done, there's so many spin-off seasons that can be produced. And once the money comes in, like the current company I'm with pays ridiculously high. We're talking a very decent 6-figure number per episode. It's costing me less than $25,000 USD to produce the current 68 minutes, because my first episode, like in the Star Trek formula, is always 2 episodes with a to be continued in the middle, because it's all been calculated, it's all strategic, it's all been proven statistically. But if you get someone to sit there for the first 2 episodes and it's good, they're going to come back every week to watch what else happens. And part of the streamer I'm with, they have a code of conduct, and it's not like how I should behave. They don't give a shit about me at all. It's about what they want to see in their shows, in their programming, in their content. And one of those is about really having you leave them on a cliffhanger every week, like the old-fashioned serial reels, right? It's also, about multiculturalism and all that other fun stuff. And the easiness about a multicultural show in a D&D related world is you have monsters, you have different colored people, you have all that crap. So about 6 of their bullshit criteria just naturally happen without ruining the storyline in my production, right? The other 4 or 5 I've had to implement in there in ways to pass the Hello, Angel. How are you? Nice to see you. Thanks for joining. Angie. I'm so sorry. I didn't read that correctly the first time. So thanks for watching. Feel free to ask any questions. This is my very first live stream, my very first Q&A. There's no bad questions, of course. One guy was asking if I was a secret agent. The answer is no. But no, what happens is the show for me, once the first pilot is done, the rest is just going to be a walk in the park. And I'm pretty close. Like, I mean, if I decided to sell off an RV or something like that, I would easily be able to finish the pilot in literally like a month, right? It's really just a financial issue. And I am willing to take on more corporate sponsors. Like, one of the reasons why I actually came to this island was there's an alcohol company here. I already tried Tanduay. It's really hard to get them to sponsor anything. Because I do product placement. I have permission from the streamer to put like commercial like product right inside the show. And so for me, my goal, because the whole first episode takes place on a tropical island, I've been using Filipino artists. I deliberately had all the buildings drawn to look like a Filipino island, right? Like, so there's also programs here in the Philippines for artists to help promote Philippines artists and Philippines entertainment. So if for some reason, I can't imagine why, but if for some reason I did not get picked up by the streamer I'm with, say they don't like it and they won't give me any deal, because that's the other problem, is I've taken so long that now the bridge of the gap between AI and real has been so shrunk. So a lot of these companies, Disney and Netflix and Hulu and all of them, are more than happy to put on a completely AI produced production. And I don't want to do that. My goal is to have it where it's done by humans, voiced by humans, edited by humans, old school style, pretty much, right? Away money off me already. What I know is I haven't been able to pick up a team that wants to stick in for the long haul. It's for me, I'm not looking to have 20 artists that each do just one little 10-minute clip. I'd rather have 4 or 5 artists who say, you know what, I want to be in. I want even some of the taste of the profit of the final product. I'm dedicated to it. Let's get these 3 seasons done. The only person I found who was willing to go that far was in Dubai, and he wanted me to go live there. He wanted me to be on his contract. He didn't want to be with the streamer I'm with. He wanted to put it on some sort of Dubai TV station for children, and I just meant I would lose all creative control, right? So I wasn't willing to do that. That's why I didn't sell the content to Wizards of the Coast back when they bought the company I worked with. So it's just one of those things where, and there's a lot of side ventures. The show, much like primitive 1980s He-Man cartoons, right, has a purpose to sell other merch, right? If you talk to the people who produced Rick and Morty, they're not making all their money just on the show. They make crazy amounts of extra money on merch, on toys, on t-shirts, on mugs, and all that crap that comes with it. And of course, they, for me, because of the way my show is and what it's based on, all the gaming content. Like I have a van here now. It's a big yellow 4x4. I'm looking at, while I'm in Canada, or as soon as I come back, finding someone who will make me a D20 out of acrylic. That'll be tough, indestructible. So just like ridiculously, brutally tough to handle the storms here, that I'm going to mount with a spring on the roof. So when I'm driving through villages, I could even have a little announcement selling game modules right out of the truck, right? I think that D&D and role-playing games could be huge over here because you don't need electricity. The kids don't need to be rich as hell to have it. It's not like a Nintendo or PlayStation. Kids can buy one city, one module kit, one player's handbook, photocopy a couple character sheets, have one group of dice, and they can play in a brownout. It can keep kids occupied for months on end. And it's educational. It encourages reading. It encourages math skills. It encourages education. It encourages logic. So the kids get smarter playing the game. So for me, that's another one of my potential side angles over here once the show has been produced. Now, until the show is done, obviously, this is why I own the bars, right? And when I come back in February, I will have at least two. I will reopen General Santos. I really miss it. I think that it was really foolish of me to come to San Carlos. I like San Carlos, but San Carlos is so much more expensive than General Santos. And I don't have the same amount of already established clients here. In General Santos, I did Dart League, which brought me in 20, 30 expats a night on those nights. I had live bands and karaoke coming in. They were Filipino bands, so it's just a guy singing karaoke off his phone. If I'm lucky, he's strumming a guitar, which I know is lame by Western standards, but it's still entertainment, right? And I was selling Western foods. I was also doing things a little differently. Like, here's the problem with my opinion, and no offense to the Filipinos watching, but is they all do the same kind of business. They keep the same hours. They sell the same product. They don't have an edge, and they're always right on top of each other. Like I used to joke, if you watch my channel, about some of the guys in Gensan, in this one block between my bar and the main KCC mall, there are 9 guys working on cell phones, and they're little booths, they're little tables. And they all work on the exact same phones because they all buy all their equipment from the exact same supplier. That's just bad business, right? Because now none of those guys are making money because they're so busy competing with each other, right? So whereas he might have been able to say, I want 100 pesos to fix this, he can't. He has to say 60 pesos, which is the bare minimum for the parts. Maybe he's making 5 pesos because the guy beside him is saying, I'll do it for 60 pesos. Do you know what I mean? So, and I'm not saying I agree with price gouging. I don't want to see people charging way too much and things like that. It's just a matter of competition, and having a unique product goes a long way. It's not just for the streaming content. Like my show is definitely going to be different compared to everything else on the channel. And that's why, the streamer is going to keep me for sure. And all the streaming services are looking for new content. Now, I don't post anything about the show, like the actual video or animation here on my channel, simply because they make us sign NDAs that prohibit that, right? So I see some hands. Is that a waving goodbye? Oh, no. Well, I got 3 of you watching now, I guess. So It's my very first live chat. So if I'm rambling, interrupt me with a question, and I'll be happy to answer it. Um, so yeah, with the bars, when I come back in February, because I am leaving in 9 days to go back to Canada for the Christmas holiday season and New Year's, and then I'm coming back. And when I'm coming back, on the way back, I do have the option to either go spend 2 or 3 weeks in Thailand with friends, if they're going. And anybody who's watching this, either now live or in recycled mode, if you want to go to Thailand and you just don't know where to go or who to go with or what to do when you're there, that is part of what I do when I go every year. Is I go with a lot of guys who are rookies, who've never been, wanted to always go. I kind of act like a guide, like a security, so to speak. Now, I don't drink when I'm there. I drink when I'm here, obviously, a little bit. But it's just as cheap to be in Thailand as it is to be in Cebu or Manila. In fact, I think it's a little cheaper. The food's better too, especially compared to Cebu and Manila. But Jensen's got great food. And I have found a few really good places to eat here in San Carlos. But the problem is because I own my own kitchen and I have bars that make food, I'm more motivated to just eat my own stuff, right? I know how it's been prepared. I know how clean the kitchen is. I know how it's been stored. And those are really big factors for a lot of Westerners. Like in my bars, I even make my ice out of bottled water so that the guys know they're not going to get sick drinking my ice. And there's a lot of YouTubers who talk about these things. And so part of my channel has become a travel blog. Things to watch out for, things you're going to discover, the hidden fees you're going to find here and there. It's one of those things where it's just because I really wasn't seeing a lot of people when it came to just talking about the show, just talking about this editor or this artist, right? So I wanted to make it where I started to grow in numbers. And I'm still not at my peak. My peak was 302 subscribers. And then I dropped all the way down to 80 while I was gone to Canada. And I was like, what the fuck? It's because I wasn't posting every day. So a lot of these people that I was posting for were watching the show because I was only posting once a week. I'd walk while I was walking to my bar in Jensen. Or if I had a really good night, I'd show the crowd at the bar or whatever. But just once I closed the bar in Jensen, a lot of the people who are following this channel were customers of the bar. And once it was gone, it's just like the subscribers on the Facebook page for it just dwindled into nothing. And that's fine. I understand. Why watch me? I have nothing interesting to say. And that's why I started doing the videos I was doing this summer, which were about mechanical things and the chores I was doing when I was back home and the rebuilds and the renos I was doing. But I also did those videos for another reason, and that was so that I could promote that I have these skills. So that here in the Philippines, I did several house renos for other expats while I was in Jensen before I opened the bar, and one while I had the bar, because these guys, a lot of the men who come over here, don't have any real skills. They were pencil pushers. They, were inherited to money. They're not able to swing a hammer or twist a wrench. They don't know anything about electrical or plumbing. And so they're at really the mercy of the locals. And, Cal Sunshine Shoulders, some of you who are following this channel found me through him. He's a great guy. And he got lucky. I know some people don't think he's a great guy. I've heard both sides of the bullshit. But whatever. I don't care about that, really. I just don't. I don't care about guys like Sad Grandpa and their crazes. I find them funny. It doesn't even bother me. But it's one of those things where he got lucky. He got really lucky. He found enough actual contractors to work on his house that he got through unscathed. But I can introduce you through other channel subscribers and people down in Jensen who just got cleaned right out and ripped right off. 8-9 months to do a kitchen reno that was putting up some cupboards. It's like, what the fuck? I could have done that in a weekend. But they'll quote a small price, and then they always have a reason why they can't finish the work on time or why they can't do it on budget. It's like government jobs in Canada, right? I mean, they'll quote the taxpayer X dollars, and then they charge Y. It's just the way it is, right? So I put those videos this summer up of showing me, producing that garden, showing my green thumb. All the tile work and the plumbing and the electrical, rebuilding the one Jaguar. I've got the old car there in the garage. And these videos got way more hits than any of the blogging about crap here. There are just so many people all over the channel, clogging up the channels, where it's like, how do you filter through the static? How do you filter through the noise as somebody looking to actually learn things about the Philippines? It's pretty hard. So for me, I try to not use clickbait titles in my labels. I try to make it where you kind of know just by the title what you're going to get, right? What am I talking about today? And is it useful to you? Is it something that's going to interest you? Because now the channel's been broken up into almost 5 sections, right? I've kind of got the stuff about the show. I've got stuff about the bars. I've got stuff about travel. I've got stuff now about renovating the Suzuki, the 4x4 van. And then I've got stuff about generical stuff. And so it's one of those things where I'm trying to find ways to give good content, stimulating content, and engageable content, right? And that's why someone said, oh, you got to start doing live, Jimmy. You just got to. I guess so far the little man thing saying how many people are watching hasn't gotten more than 5. I don't know anything about how to get money coming in through the chats or anything like that. So that's not even a factor for me. Pretty much for me, it's just giving you folks who are already watching the channel an ability to ask me questions. And that's why I think, like I said, I'm going to try every Monday night, Philippines time, so Monday morning in Canada, I guess, to give people the chance to check me out for 2 hours, ask me questions. Because I've been over here for so long, I have kind of mastered the immigration system. I've mastered buying and selling vehicles for profit. I know how to deal with their local Ministry of Transportation. It's like I'm a fountain of expat knowledge for guys who are just coming over here. And a lot of what I hope to be the unsubscribed watchers of the channel are guys who haven't even come over yet, right? And I hope they will come over. I think it'll be better for them if they do. The life over here is significantly better than you're going to get back home and cheaper. But so Angie, I'm sorry, I see the red hands again, and I'm not familiar with what all the emojis mean. Is that like you want me to stop? You want to ask a question? Go ahead, ask it. You just type it out. If I see it, I'll answer it. Or is it a goodbye? I don't know. Sorry. I don't know what the red hands mean. But anyways, it's one of those things where I was hoping to find a group of locals who are following the channel. When I did the first time, I didn't have the mic hooked up properly, so there was no sound. And in fact, 3 of the names that were on that list were all people that I actually recognized from commenting often on the channel. I hope you folks who are watching now are subscribed. My goal is, without cheating and buying subscribers. Clapping. Okay. Hey, thanks. Appreciate it. I don't want to cheat and buy subscribers, but I really, really do want to get to at least 500 subscribers by the end of the year. So for the next week or so, I will be doing a lot of active stuff here in Negros Occidental, before I leave. I'll be going up to Bacolod. I'll be going down to Dumaguete on the motorbike. And if I sell the van, because I do have the van listed for sale, I just put a crap ton of work into it. But I don't mind. I mean, I do really like the van, and I was going to keep it. I started talking about my dice on the roof idea. I don't know how many of you people have watched Django. It's a Quentin Tarantino movie. But the doctor in that drives a carriage with a tooth on a spring because he's a dentist. Really, he's a bounty hunter, but his guise is he's a dentist. And that's sort of what I was thinking about with that bobbing D20 on the truck, right? Just something to allow me to, when I'm driving through a village and playing some tunes like the ice cream truck, let people know, oh, hey, that truck is selling stuff, right? And then for kids, like I said, I know for a fact that, selling these campaigns, I've been selling them for, 200 or 300 pesos for a book, maybe, 1,000 peso box. it's one of those things where I would probably, and the box would come with dice, come with a few blank character sheets, come with a manual to make a character. My thing was I wanted to get it translated into Bisaya and Tagalog. And I started working on that while I was still working on the show. I had some young stoners in General Santos who started it but just never finished it, and they wouldn't kind of give me a price either. Like they were, one guy's like, "Oh, we'll do it for free." The other guy's like, "Oh no, we got to charge X per page," and he never told me what X would be. Do you know what I mean? So I was debating having just someone local do it, maybe here in San Carlos, give them a copy and say, "Hey, when I come back, if you got it done, here's 20,000 pesos," right? Because for me to have it all translated into local languages, the player's handbook, so to speak, and maybe one or two towns, would just make it easier for kids to play these games and to get into them, right? And then that's a whole market there, right? So it's just one of those things. Just like in General Santos, I can get like hardcover, almost textbook grade books printed for literally a fraction of the cost of getting a pamphlet printed in Canada. And when I fly back to Canada, I don't fly with anything. Just my laptop. My suitcase is empty. I'm just bringing it back so I have it with me so I can fill it to bring back again, right? So I don't mind going over there with pre-printed books from a publisher here. I don't even mind making a deal with a publisher here to cut them in on it and give them exclusive publishing rights to the content, right? So they're now got infinite source, because once I have the pilot done, or even once I have things ready for publication, I'm going to create like a GoDaddy page or something where you can order these things and just click, put your address, and a book gets mailed out to you, right? So just like every time a show airs, at the end of the show, viewers will be able to buy the town as a gaming system that episode was just in, right? And unlike the current books I have for the games, which are literally just for tabletop play, it's a flat map of the town or a flat map of the building you're in or a flat map of a section of the dungeon you're playing in. The maps that you get when you watch the show is the backgrounds we already had paid artists to produce. So it's like a 3D visual of the town, right? Which just makes it even easier to play in if you don't have imagination of the mind. If you can like look at this picture of a street and be like, "Oh, hey, there's a wagon wheel there. I want to go pick that up." Okay. As a DM, one of the hardest things for people who don't have the experience of playing, and if you're like me who plays with imagination of the mind, I was last back in Canada up until the 24th of August this year. I went back in March to deal with the government because they were auditing me. And it was bullshit. I was so shocked after being gone only 18 months how bad it's gotten. And I went to many towns. It wasn't like I was just in one town. I had to go to multiple towns because I had to regenerate receipts from suppliers, which are all over my area code. And my area code is the 613 area code. So like Ottawa South, all the way down to Kingston, all in the province of Ontario. A very big landmass, definitely the size of the island I'm on now. And so I was able to travel around, and it's not gotten any better. It's just gotten worse, right? And so expensive. We have a thing called the dollar store in North America where you go to buy cheap Chinese junk, including canned goods and things like that are, no name and whatever. Like they're not quality foodstuffs for sure. I shouldn't be eating it. But I went there on a really, really non-existent budget. When I landed in home last March, I landed with $14 left. I didn't even have to buy a Subway sub in the airport because I'm a grocery at home, technically by tax standards. Oh, of course it's going to get worse. It's going to get worse everywhere. Alberta might be okay if they hurry up and break out of Canada. Same with BC. But Ontario is just, I try to avoid this channel being political, but people who know me from Canada know me as politics. So I don't have any love for the provincial Conservatives. I don't have any of the provincial parties in Ontario, but the provincial Conservatives, which used to be a good party, are just ruined. Like the fat man who's one ham sandwich away from a heart attack who runs it, Ford, is such a globalist lapdog scammer that it's horrible. It's just horrible. I'm only going back for 1 month. I land on the 4th and I leave Ontario by the 4th of January. So I'm literally there just to make money for Christmas Eve and New Year's Eve, the two biggest days of my year in my business. And then I'll be in Alberta and British Columbia for about a week each on my way back here. My plan is to be back here by about the 15th of January. I'm not even giving up my house here. I have actually put on my channel a sublet option. So for any of my Western friends that want to come over, I'm like, why are you wasting your time there in the winter? Especially because some of these guys are divorced, live alone. How fucking depressing is Christmas sitting in a shitty little apartment, right? I call it the Millhouse Dad syndrome. Come on over here. I got a return ticket for $1,100. Yeah, I know. That's what they tell you, Escape to Philippines, that you're never going to have enough. Stay, keep working, keep being in the rat race. It'll get better one day. It doesn't. It won't. If you can come over here with $10,000, that's all. And if you have a decent vehicle, selling that alone should give you $10K. You'll be fine. You know, you can pick up an online job. You know, you don't have to live like a fool. I live on 800 Canadian a month, and that's with a woman and baby. And I got a nice big house. I have a van and a motorbike. I'm not living like a fucking total peasant. I got aircon. Do you know what I mean? So don't believe the lies and the hype of the fools who do post online about how you need $3,000 a month. Sorry about that. You definitely don't. Yeah, if you go to the Philippines and you're willing to leave, like personally, also stay away from. Yeah, it's totally doable. You're right. I do it, and I show on my video. Like San Carlos is way more expensive where I currently am than General Santos, and a lot of Canadians and Westerners won't go down into General Santos because it's in Menandro, and they're told it's so dangerous. You'll die if you go there. The Muslims. Lies, man. I was there for 18 months. I had a bar. I closed my bar at 2 in the effing morning and would walk an hour home because I'm a cheap Charlie. I'm not paying for a trike. I need the exercise. I never had a problem. No one's robbing the white man walking by himself down the road at 2 in the morning, right? I mean, maybe if you're walking around with a whole bunch of gold on you, flashing a wad of 1,000 peso notes. But you know what? You go do that in Jane and Finch in Toronto. You go do that in any city in North America, and the locals are going to rob you as well. So, you know, right? So I have to go back now every summer, only because my son isn't maintaining the businesses there. And I am a EWP, expat without pension. Osmus is very fun. Very fun. I had a great time in there. I spent about 2 months after I did Pagadian, and it's a buffet. It's a buffet. I guess that's the easiest way to say it about Osmus. I did like it a lot. I didn't ever visit the Oroquita place that you talk about, and I don't like Davao. I never went, but the idea that it's a city with a curfew, nah. I don't want the nanny state telling me when it's time to shut up and go home and go to bed. General Santos is perfect. Great nightlife, real cheap to live. Like I had a 3-bedroom house with 2 bathrooms, walled garden in a great neighborhood. Manny Pacquiao is one of my neighbors for 5,500 pesos a month. That's like $120 Canadian, right? My electric bill was like 3,000 pesos with my aircon. Okay, if I wanted to live without an aircon, I could probably drop that down to 800. So it's just one of these things where I'm happy to give advice on how easy it is to survive over here for next to nothing. And like vehicles, your insurance for a whole year is 1,800 pesos because it's by the year here. Like that's crazy. Do you know what I mean? You're not getting insurance like that per month in Canada, right? So it's just, the governments of the West don't want everybody who's pension age to just leave. If you knew right now, if you're living in Canada and you get the basic pension, it's 1,400 Canadian dollars. Well, rent is 1,000 everywhere you go. That means you're left with 400 to feed yourself, to have a life? No way. You can't do that. At least you can't do it with dignity. Okay? And I mean, why would you want to spend your twilight years in crime-ridden, crackhead-infested places where, you fall down the stairs, you're going to wait 6-7 hours for an ambulance, but the junkie who overdoses every week, the ambulance is there in 5 minutes to give him Narcan. Do you know what I mean? Like, the standard of life in Canada has gotten so bad. And don't get me started on the lack of jobs if you're still of the age of the job market because of what they've done to minimum wage jobs. Young people can't get jobs, can't do anything because they bring in free, cheap, in my opinion, worst possible, foreign labor. I'm not anti, Well, exactly. It depends what town you're in for that price, for sure. I was always able to, because I would work the West Coast sometimes, like Alberta, BC, and when I would go into those communities, I would always be doing so for really good jobs before I was full-time doing the fish thing. And when my kids were younger or non-existent, I would travel more and work on other parts of Canada. But you're right, it's gotten crazy, the rents, and it's not just that. Like I said, what are you getting for that $1,200? A basement apartment in a shitty building with roaches, with loud crackhead neighbors, in a bad neighborhood? Like, you're not even getting a nice basement apartment for $1,200. Like, for me, when I go back, I stay in my RV right on my farm property because I don't live with my family. They don't want me to, and I don't want to. They have lowered their quality of life so far to a degree I could never, ever tolerate. Like, I couldn't imagine. It was so bad when I went back in March. I knew they were living poorly in the sense of, like, they weren't keeping the place clean. They weren't paying bills on time. And not because they don't have the money. They have the money. It's that the mom, my ex, after kicking me out, because I'm the villain, has fallen into some sort of state of depression where she doesn't give a shit about anything anymore. She's put on 50 kilos, doesn't cook dinners for the kids. And I had dogs, and they just let them breed like mad. So there were like 20 dogs when I got home, shitting and chewing the house up, right? I couldn't fucking believe it. There's 3 bathrooms in my house. I have a really nice house in Canada, or had a really nice house in Canada. It was all just destroyed. None of the bathrooms even worked. No laundry facilities. I'm like, what the fuck are you doing? Where are you shitting? People in Canada have just lost it. They've lost it. Either they're defeated, depressed, and they've just given up. They're just pretty much waiting to die. Or they just keep doing the rat race, keep hoping one day it's going to get better. It's going to get better. Elbows up, elbows up. It's like, fuck, I can't believe these people are this fucking stupid, right? But it is. That's the way it's gotten, and that's why I had to leave, because I couldn't keep my mouth shut anymore, right? I was already someone from politics, so I had spent 16 years trying to help things, trying to give people a different perspective. The people here in the Philippines who, if they ever look at my things, I'm Duterte. I just didn't win, right? But Duterte was the best thing that happened to the Philippines, right? The reality is you cannot let the zombie horde just keep growing unfestered. Otherwise, you get exactly what's happened in North America. And landlords, I was a landlord for all my university college days. I was a property manager for 18 years on the side. I would never own property for investment value in Canada anymore because they don't even have to pay you rent. I had 4 friends lose properties during COVID because tenants stayed rent-free, didn't pay, and destroyed the units. And the government doesn't care, right? You don't have any rights as a property owner. And I'm of a much more older school mindset where no, I'm going to pay some thug to kick you out and make your life real painful. And you can't be that way anymore because everyone's gone so weak, so triggered, so soft. It's just, I couldn't stay in Canada anymore. Like, when I go back, I was there for the month. I've already told my family, I got a whole list of chores I'm going to do for them because they need them done. And I know they haven't been done. And my daughter's confirmed they haven't been done. Like, they didn't even use the snowblower last year. So they weren't plowing the driveway, and they weren't paying the local plowman. You know how it is in Ontario. We get snow up to a man's waist. Then you get freezing rain that hardens that. It's like, what the fuck? We have the equipment. We have the tools, right? So it's just, So yeah, I'm going back just for the Christmas to make the money for Christmas Eve and New Year's Eve, and then I'll be back here. And when I come back in February, I'll reopen the bar here in San Carlos. And I'll be honest, I might just keep it at the house to keep expenses low because I really wasn't busy yet. I didn't get the kind of support from local San Carlos. Let me just finish my thought, then I'll answer what you just said there, Escape, because you're 100% right. That's part of why I'm renewing my passport for 10 years when I go back this Christmas, because it's expiring in about a year and a half, and I definitely do not want to not be able to renew it because they are changing those rules. But as I was saying, when I come back in February, my plan is, because I wasn't very busy, I wasn't seeing any expat love here in San Carlos. I wasn't getting those customers. The customers I was getting were local Filipinos that were in walking distance of my house, because I have the bar here in San Carlos in the front courtyard of my house. But I'm going to open in Gensan because I get 10, 15 emails a week, text messages on the page for that shop. When you opening, Captain? When you coming back? Or, hey, I'm visiting town today. I saw you're gone. Because I collected a lot of expats who only came into Gensan to do shopping for their women's stories or their women's compound because they live out there and there's nothing there. But Gensan is their nearest major city to buy in. So I have a lot of expats there that were really keeping me open, and I already own most of the equipment. So Escape to the Philippines, you ever decide you want to come on over here and you want to partner in on a business? I don't need a partner with money. I need a partner who could do time, stay there, because that was my problem with Gensan's. Every time I leave, I got to close. You can't trust Filipinos to run the business for you. You'll come back and you won't have anything, right? But another expat over here who has a little bit of experience running stuff is exactly what I've been trying to lure over here for like 2 years. And it gives you a bit of income. So even if your pension's not huge, you're not paying a lot to live in Gensan, and you can make a few extra 1,000 pesos a month just as gravy. Plus, if you're coming over here single, if you're a single guy who owns a bar, oh my God, you're just knee deep in it all the time. You got to swat them away. Like it's nice. It's nice. I had girls who got pissed off at me because I was like, no, I have a girlfriend. They started thinking I was gay because I wouldn't say yes. And I had to like bring my girlfriend down from Cebu so they could all meet her. So it wasn't pokeroo. No, there's really a girl. I'm not lying to you. But mostly because I don't believe in shagging staff, right? And that's the other catch. That over here is incredibly common. If you own a bar or a club, your staff expect that you, especially if you're a Westerner, that's what you're going to do, right? So what you're talking about, though, about not being an option, it's true. Trudeau tried to pass a $25,000 Canadian dollar exit tax on anybody who was selling off and leaving. He tried to change the rules for pensions, so you had to come home. Right now, you don't have to come home. I know Canadians who have been here 12, 13, 14 years straight, never went back. They still get a pension. One of them even gets child tax for his kid that was born here. So it's one of these things where, get out while you can. And especially because it's going to be harder to sell your houses in a year or 6 months. And Carney right now, he is planning to tax the equity in homes. That was something he tried to get passed. It was one of his ideas. He tried to push through with Trudeau, and it got kiboshed. Just like the internet hate law. That's my biggest reason for leaving Canada I was like, I know one day they're just going to take away my passport and not let me have a bank account. Because under the internet hate law provisions, if you say things the government doesn't like online, they can take away your passport. They can prohibit you from being allowed to have a bank account. How the fuck can you run a business in Canada without a bank account? I run businesses. I know you need one. And they can also deny you the ability to have internet access. And if it's real bad, they can even mandate that you have an electronic bracelet on your ankle and you're under house arrest. So let me just get this straight. Because I say something the government doesn't like, I'm under house arrest and I can't leave the country? That's fucking crazy. Sadly, Zach, no, I am not on the water. San Carlos is on the water, and I can go swimming whenever I want. And the videos I just took recently, like a week ago, of Sipawai Island is Oh, I love it. In fact, if I do buy a piece of land for my daughter here, it'll be on Sipawai because I like it. I know it's a little isolated island. It doesn't have all the services. I don't care about that. I'm going to be off grid as soon as I come back. When I come back this time, I'm bringing 2 big inverters back with me. This 8 days I went without electricity and without internet, huge eye openers for me. See, in Gensan, you don't worry about that. Gensan, the longest power outage you get might be 4 or 5 hours. And you get some mild earthquakes, but nothing major. Some stuff that might knock some alcohol bottles off the shelf. That happened to me. I did lose a couple thousand one night when I was closed. And all I did was just take my bottles down evermore after that, right? So I didn't have to worry about losing alcohol. But it's just one of those things where Gensan isn't just cheaper. It's also safer weather-wise, and you get more regular services. Now, the other thing I've learned since I've been here is I use my phone as a hotspot for data use instead of subscribing to PLDT or any of these internet providers. Because the problem with them, which was my problem in Gensan, is when you lose electricity in, say, your neighborhood, you also lose internet because that router, that modem is plugged in. Now, if you can go off-grid, which is my plan, and you can buy off-grid systems here through like Shopee and these kinds of online Lazazas and their versions of Amazon for about 20,000 peso, which is about $600. That's not that bad to buy a small off-grid system. Now, that's enough to keep your modem on, charge your phones, give you a few lights. I don't think it's enough to run a fridge. You can add more batteries to it, sure, but it's all about inverter power. Like I'm bringing 2 4,000 watt inverters back with me when I come back in January, so that no more will I ever suffer a power outage again. That killed me. It hurt my business. I lost so much product just trying to keep it cold on ice. I had to throw out probably about $10,000 worth of 10,000 pesos, of meat and vegetables because I just couldn't keep them cold without electricity, right? And you can't cook without electricity unless you're on propane. And the reason why I cook on electric is I have a little electric deep fryer, I have electric elements, I have electric rice cookers and toasters and stuff, is because in Gensan, I was in a small booth, like landlocked, no real windows inside a food park that was pretty much like a chip truck. And there's no fucking way in the heat here of 48 degrees I was going to be in a chip truck. I'm from Canada. I'm used to the cold. So I knew that was not an option. Whereas, with propane, you got an open flame. It's just hotter. It's just hotter than electric, right? Just like I didn't have a chip fryer in Gensan. I didn't even do French fries. I did burgers. I did sandwiches. I did some soups. I still did sushi because I do that from Canada. These people aren't sushi people. And you can't get sushi grade salmon here to save your life. What they call sushi grade salmon, I wouldn't even eat when cooked. So it's one of these things where because of who I am back home and the high quality of seafood I'm used to, I don't do sushi here at all in San Carlos. But San Carlos is on the water. It has beautiful beaches all around it. See, that was the big negative to General Santos. The one real negative is there's no good beaches there, and the waters that you can go swim in are super fucking nasty. Like one night I got drunk and I was all bummed out after a breakup. I went there and anyways, I got a bad rash and I never will swim there again. So curious as to why I haven't tried a business with larger margins that target foreigners. Well, I only target foreigners. I don't even give a shit about Filipino money. I make it quite clear that I don't think there's any money in catering to the Filipinos. Because yes, my prices are higher because you get more food. If you go to one of these local burger joints called Angel Burger, the burger is literally, 2 quarters, take 2 quarters, put them on top of each other, that thick, and only about a little bit rounder than a toonie on a full-size bun. And yeah, it's 50 pesos for 2 burgers. So 25 cents a burger. It's the hint of meat. There's no vegetation. You're paying for ketchup and bun. I sell a burger. I don't carry frozen and processed burgers. I get my chuck meat. I get it ground right there in front of me at the market. My burgers are this thick. They're bigger than the bun. They're fresh, never frozen. My French fries are cut from real potatoes. Like I just do things completely different. And I did just fine in Gensan that way because Westerners are willing to pay a little bit more for quality. Whereas the locals, some locals will pay better money. They understand that I'm not the cheapest burger on the block. I was still selling burgers here in San Carlos. because my cheapest burger is 180. It's 3 times the amount of what a local burger at Angel Burger is. But you eat one of my burgers and you're full if you're a Filipino. They got small bellies, small appetites. They don't get French fries made from real potatoes ever. And in Jensen, I had to teach a guy how to make curds so I could do poutine. I have not found someone here in San Carlos I can teach to make curds. And San Carlos has another negative to it. And that is that I had to physically drive 2.5 hours to a major city. This is not a small city. There's 150,000 people here. There are 4 grocery stores. But I can't get things like canned beans for chili, seasonings, real hamburger buns. I have to get them made by a special bakery. Yeah, there's definitely more than enough people in Jensen. Like I said, I'm still getting between 3 and 10 emails/texts a week from expats who had discovered me during my 18 months down there, who had become regulars or quasi-regulars when they were in Jensen. And I own all the equipment there, still waiting for me. So pretty much I show up with like $3,000 and I rent a spot. I renovate the spot a little bit. I open back up. It's that simple. Now, the one catch was when I was in Jensen before, I had made friends with a lot of the local politicians, and that helped to get me expedited for the business visa that I had. I strongly tell people do not get a business visa here because you lose it the minute you leave the country, and it's 7,000 Canadian dollars. So for me, who travels a lot, I had only had it for 3 or 4 months, and I had to go to Cambodia for 2 weeks. And when I came back, I was stuck being a tourist again. So legally, I wasn't allowed to even open my bar for the next 60 days. I didn't care, and I opened it anyways because Manny Pacquiao, the fighter, is a friend, and his sister-in-law is the mayor of the town, and they told me, don't worry, Captain, no one's going to bug you. But yeah, technically you shouldn't, but go ahead. Unless you have those connections, they will deport your ass. So it is very advisable to not do that. But for me, I now have a Filipino partner, and all of the businesses are legally registered through her. So this way, legally, I can open up whenever I want, however I want, and it's going to cost me about 15,000 pesos, which works out to like maybe $350. That's not much. They don't have any real health code standards here. The health stamp, they don't even come and inspect your spot. Now, I still run all my kitchens like a Western kitchen. I use bleach. I use hot water. And that's why I have the expats who are regulars. As I said earlier in this video, for you who have just joined, I even make my ice out of bottled water. So you can eat at the Captain's and it's safe, because my goal is to have 5 to 10 of these all over the Philippines, say in 5 years. So other expats know that's your drinking hole. You're going to find great fucking food in real portions that are going to look like the pictures. And it's all going to be out of a clean kitchen that follows Western rules. So, that's a big factor for a lot of guys when they come here, is they get real sick eating the street food here because the locals don't get sick. They're used to eating things that have been left in the sun all day, that haven't been refrigerated, that are almost rotten, and they cover them in hot sauce, right? Their constitution is strong from doing that their whole life. But if you're coming from the West or Europe, where we have so many standards on quality and refrigeration in this, you're soft. Your belly can't handle eating rotten stuff, right? And so you get sick. And I've known guys who were literally here for like 1 or 2 weeks and had to go home right away because they spent the entire 2 weeks shitting and puking themselves to death, right? Especially guys from the UK, which, like, really? You guys got lots of crazy, like, street foods in the UK. But that's been the experience I had before them, actually, in Jensen. And I was like, oh, shit, bro. The one guy actually thought his woman was poisoning him. I'm like, maybe, because he's stupid. He came here for a girl he just met on the internet who didn't tell him she had 3 kids until he got here. And then he goes and he furnishes a house and pays the rent for a year up front for her so they can live together and be happy. And then all of a sudden he started getting sick real fast. I was like, yeah, I think that what's happened is you're being poisoned, so she'll send your ass home. I don't know if that happened or what the case was, but that was definitely my thought. Never pay for so much. Rent in advance. Don't give money away. These are just sound advices. You wouldn't do it at home, would you? Would you meet some street girl or meet some young bitch at the bus stop and be like, yo, yeah, come move in with me. Here, let me pay for your year's rent. No. So why'd you do it here, right? Well, the Canadian food does fuck with you when you go back, and I'll tell you why. I'll tell you why it fucked with me. I was no longer used to eating all the fucking preservatives and toxins that are in Canadian foods. After being over here for 18 months, like even the Coca-Cola here is better for you, man. It's made with real cane sugar. On the can isn't fucking 9 chemicals, Now, I will tell you, they're more liberal here with their carcinogens like MSG and the food colorings, that we know are toxic. But look at Canada. Now you have no choice but to have a 5G phone when we all know 5G phones lead to cancers. Like what? You just don't have a choice anymore. They lose their minds, and I'll explain part of why. And I do understand part of it. It's just I just don't agree with it, and it'll never happen to me. But it's hard because almost all of the girls here are ridiculously fucking gorgeous with the most amazing, tight, tasty little bodies. Like every one of them is just so edible. And after being in the West, where they're all fucking fat, bad tattoos, bad teeth, and then they open their mouth and it just gets worse. You come here and here's this soft, demure, absolutely stunning girl who's perfectly clean, who's low mileage. Yeah, some of them got bad tats and this and that. I definitely don't suggest picking up a bar girl, but I know a lot of the guys do, whatever. But that's why they lose their minds. It took a lot of discipline for me when I first came here. I had about 15 or so on my list that I had already chatted with online, or blah 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 blah, and I had criteria. I wasn't going to compromise. I believe I'm the prize. I'm the prize in Canada. I do just fine. I bang 20-year-olds when I'm in Canada too. Do you know what I mean? And I'm in my 40s. And I'm not considered rich there. Sure, I got nice vehicles or whatever, but I don't pay for it. I've never paid for a piece of ass in my life. And I won't. I know guys, you buy a drink, you're paying for it. We both know that's not the case, right? You're buying a girl a drink, it's not the same as saying, there's your money at the end table, lady. Do you know what I mean? There's a big difference. So I understand why guys lose their mind here. And that part of it is just how wonderfully gorgeous the girls are here. And the low mileage, and the chances that a majority of them are actually wife material. A lot of these guys who have their asses handed to them or get screwed over is either because they picked a bad girl and they were just too stupid to keep their wits about them, or they turned a good girl bad by cheating on them, yelling at them. You can't yell at the girls here. It's not like back in Canada where you can yell at a broad for being stupid because she's used to yelling. She'll yell back. They don't do that here. It's a cultural thing. You got to keep your cool. Now, when I got here, originally, I already had my zen. From my kids, from my crazy life, from my years in politics, nothing could get me angry or grouchy. I never raised my voice. I was a stoic motherfucker. I had mastered my emotions. I have, in this trip back, lost that from a few different things that have happened that I lost my zen. Let's just put it that way. So now I'm a little quicker to yell, a little quicker to get upset. So I'm a little worried about how that's going to be when I go home, because that was one of the big strengths I had when I was back last summer, is that no matter how much my kids or my ex were trying to poke me to see if I'd explode or get angry or show that their lies, that I'm the bad guy, were true, it wasn't working because I had zen. They couldn't get me angry. Nothing bothered me. I felt sorry for them. I felt pity for them, which I think is just so much of a better vengeance, you know what I mean? But, well, spoiling the fuck out of them, yeah, I agree. You just don't do that. Giving them an allowance, things like that. Like, you're right. But and the other thing, like, part of a lot of the advice I give to foreigners who privately email me is there are 3 things you have to be aware of when you're over here. 3 very fucking important ones. 1, if you marry them, you're now legally responsible for their family too. So you have money, you have no choice but to help her nieces and nephews pay for school. You're legally obligated to. Look it up. It's a real law. 2, you don't date a woman who's married because her husband can legally shoot you in the fucking face and have 0 consequences. because you're grinding his woman. He owns her for life. You want to bang a married woman, a single woman who's essentially separated? Then you might as well be playing Russian roulette. Spin the chamber, put it in your mouth, because that's what you're doing. And there's so many unmarried, single, gorgeous women that why the fuck are you wasting time with one that's already married? It's that these guys seem to latch on to these women, the ones that they do latch on to, right off the plane or right after they talk online. And like it's the only woman. Like it's back in Canada where if you get a really hot, good-looking, petite body, you got to hold on to it because that's a fucking, needle in a haystack. Over here, it's the other way around, man. There's just all of them are everywhere. So if one doesn't work out, bye-bye. There's another one, That's one. Two, if you start giving them an allowance, or if you, make them quit their job to spend time with you or to go traveling with you, you are creating a financial dependency that is now legally mandated by the law for you, that you will have to keep paying her because it's a financial abuse. So you can't just kick her out when you're done with her from your apartment. You can't give her nothing and send her off into the sunset if she cheats on you or texts you or any of that horse shit. You have to fucking suck it up, buttercup, and give her money every month. 20, 30,000 pesos at least, which is only $700 or $800. But to be given some straight piece of ass $700 or $800 because you used to fuck her, that seems fucking crazy to me. So, no, do not give them an allowance. Do not ask them to quit their jobs. Do not ask them to move in with you. These are all really, 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 really big cautions. I can't stress them enough. Those three, right? So, and yeah, the guys do come over here with zero confidence because you just spent your pretty much whole adult life, if you're from Canada, being the confidence ground right out of you. The only reason why I have as much confidence as I have is I'm an asshole by Western standards, right? If a girl, comes up to me and says, "You think I'm cute?" and she's a fat pig, I tell her, "No, you're a fat pig." At the same token, even when I had the spouse, even when she decided she didn't want me anymore, I had women just crawling out of the woodwork to try and get with me. So my confidence has always been there. I recognize I'm a decent looking guy. I got all my teeth. I'm strong. I do other things pretty well. Wink, wink. But it's just one of these things where so many guys don't have that. They've just spent 10 years in an emotionally abusive relationship where they're told every day that they're nothing, they're shit, they're ugly, they're fat, they're a loser, they're this, they're that. And they believe it. And so when they come here, they're already thinking they're this small. And Western society makes them feel worse for even coming here. Because why couldn't you find a woman back home? There aren't women back home. There hasn't been women back home since the 80s. The things over there with vaginas are not women. They're men with vaginas. That's why they all feel they got to have a self-made job and I don't need a man and I'm this and I'm that. The feminism was completely corrupted to just take every bit of femininity out of them, right? And if you do get a woman who still cooks or will, give you a back rub or be nice to you, that is so fucking rare. It is mythical, to be honest, right? Here, man, no, you're gonna get that right away. And maybe she's doing it just for the cash, maybe. But guys don't look at the motive; they just look at the results. Here's this beautiful girl who treats me well, who cooks for me, who cleans for me, who rubs my back. And so I got to spend $10, $15 a day taking her out to eat, or I got to buy her new shoes, or I got to pay for her load. That's nothing. What did you used to spend on yours? I was giving you my prime example. I would go out and I'd probably bring home 2 or 3 coffees from Tim Hortons a day for my ex because she worked at home from her government job on the computer after COVID. I bring home groceries. I bring home stuff, right? As she says, I never brought home enough because that's the propaganda too. You were never enough. That's what they do in the West. If a woman's unhappy, it's the man's fault. It's not. Some people just don't know how to fucking be happy, right? And sadly, the Western media feeds that. The Western mental health professionals feed that, right? Everything is an abuse now performed by the man, toxic masculinity. Well, and that's why men have no confidence, right? And they're fighting over scraps. They're like the street dogs here, where you throw a few bones on the street and fucking 5 dogs will come out and rip each other apart for them like it's a dog fight. Well, that's how the men are in North America. You have anything that's even remotely slender, anything under a size 9 dress that's not covered in tattoos and still has his teeth and is even maybe still sexual, like still likes to fuck and still can dress sexy and doll herself up. She's rare. So for all the single fucking guys out there, they're all going to fight for her. They're all going to fight over her. And that's giving her some entitlement, right? Now, some of them realize that. And yeah. Well, I mean, there's not more for them. It's just the way it is. That's sort of the answer I give to gay guys, right? Is I don't mind if you're gay because it just means more women for me, right? I mean, you're one guy I don't have to compete about. I don't think there's much over there worth touching. I was there all summer, from March to September, and other than one, like, which I couldn't fuck because obviously she's too young in Canada. If I have a girl with a 20-year age gap, I'm a bad man. But it's one of these things where I didn't see anything worth fucking over there. Nothing motivated me to try and even start up a conversation when I was back home this summer. After you've been here, after you vetted, say, 10 of these girls, you found the one you want, whatever, none of them in the West stand a chance. And that's why you see so many girls blowing up, all butt sore, on these chat channels about passport bros. Oh, all these fucking guys are going. Yeah, because you fucking girls aren't worth it. Even if you look good, you can't fuck. You won't suck. You nag and complain all the fucking time. You're high maintenance. And I say this a lot too. Why the fuck would I, if I'm starting over, want to start over with a used, busted ass, gray pussy, damaged car who's my age? Why? When I can come over here and get a brand new fucking car that rides like a fucking Ferrari, and I'm not ashamed to ever be seen walking around with it. It doesn't make a scene, and it's happy to be with me. And I have no money, as the guy in the chat will say. A lot of my non-subscribers are people who follow the channel, who have come over from like Sad Grandpa and other loser channels. They hate on me because I'm broke. I don't have a lot of money, man. I don't care. I didn't need a lot of money. I got an amazing woman. I have a great life over here, and I did it with nothing. So one of my escape to the Philippines, I strongly say, bro, don't keep waiting. If you have some residual income from your programming thing or whatever, I would say get out now. Get out now. What a question for you, Escape. What part of Canada are you in? Well, I'll tell you, if you want to fly back with me, I'm flying out of Vancouver probably around the 15th, between the 15th and the 20th. Oh, that's not that far. Port Dover along the 401, right? Am I thinking where Port Dover is? I don't want to close the window and look on Google, but I think it's on off the 401, right? Oh, okay. So it's probably I'm thinking of Port Hope, I think. Well, I mean, here's the thing. If yeah, you're pretty far from me if you're Fort Erie. Bummer. One of the things I'm also doing while I'm here right now, like since I've been a little broke the last couple of weeks, is I've been applying for camp jobs over there. There are a lot of camp jobs in Nunavut and Northwest Territories and Alberta and Northern Ontario. 3 weeks on, 2 weeks off. Like I won't even spend those 2 weeks off in Canada. I'll just spend the extra money since I'm making crazy good money in a camp job and fly back. You know what I mean? Fly back and forth. That's definitely something that, if you can piss clean, I have no bad habits. I don't do anything. And I only drink a tiny little bit. I don't even drink fucking coffee. I'm on no prescription. So I can always pass a drug screen, That being said, I had friends who told me, Jimmy, why the hell are you not trying for a camp job? So I have been. I've been applying. I probably applied to maybe about 30 of them in the past 2 weeks. If one of them keeps me, then I'll be going back and forth, right? And that would mean I wouldn't be able to run the bars here. But if I'm making that kind of money, I don't need to run the bars here. Like the bars here, and I've said this in other videos, I don't know if you're a regular subscriber or not, but like I only want the 10 bars as a parachute, as a backup retirement plan. I don't want to be working 10 bars. First off, I can't work 10 bars. That's why I would like to find 10 different partners in those particular towns where they want to have a business, but they don't know how. Maybe they're not cooks. Maybe they're not engineers. Maybe they don't know how to do the setup and the maintenance and the management to run a decent hotel restaurant. I'm not hotel, sorry, a decent restaurant. Although I am looking at one spot in Jensen that's attached to a hotel, because I used to do that in Canada. A lot of my restaurants were attached to a hotel. And one of the other things I'm looking on here too, here in the Philippines, is an old abandoned resort. There are hundreds of them, man, hundreds of them. And I've watched other guys talk about them in their channels, but they never say exactly where they are. But like the one guy was telling me, he's a Canadian, he's like, oh, he's telling his channel. I tried to get information from him and he wouldn't answer anything back. But so maybe he's full of shit. But he said it was like 4,000 pesos a month to rent the place. And the owner was motivated to like bring someone in who would fix it up and he'd give him a long-term lease. Perfect. That's exactly what I'm looking for. In a perfect world, I'd find one of these resorts. I'd sign a 20-year. The problem with the online businesses selling to the West but living here is if you're shipping things. Because the shipping from here to there is ridiculously slow and ridiculously expensive. I'm going to run into the same problem with my merch for the show. And that's why my plan is I will maybe this summer finally rent a warehouse space that I can keep as the fish business, move all my personal assets into it. But I'll also have a section of that warehouse that's living quarters for a few Filipino staff. And I'll sponsor to have them go work there, cut fish in the off season, take care of my fish businesses. But one of the things they'll be doing too is if I get orders and they're in mainland North America, it ships from that warehouse. So shirts, books, all that horse shit. They would just package it up. I'd send them the email saying, hey, send this to this guy, this to this guy, this to this guy. And then the same would happen here. I'd have a warehouse here with the exact same fucking merch. But if you're in Asia and you're ordering these things, it would ship out of my Philippines warehouse. So for you, it depends on what your online business is selling and whether you have anybody back home that can be reliable enough to be like, yo, these are the orders I got. These are the addresses they need to go to. Can you please package everything here and take it to the post office or call FedEx to come pick it up? My problem is I'll know when I go home this month, when I go home in 9 days, of whether one of my sons is willing to be that reliable middleman. I don't think he is. The other side of it is I don't even think I want to keep him in Canada anymore. Like some of my kids have really been failing big time in Canada. And I want to offer them passports to come back with me, 2 of them at least. I think they do a lot better over here. They're not going to school there anyways. So like I get so many fucking truancy emails. It's ridiculous. So I think that he's turning 16, like the 12th of December. So that gives him the freedom to go wherever the fuck he wants in the world. He doesn't need to ask mommy's permission. There won't be a big custody battle. That's the problem with my 12-year-old, right? He just turned 12 and he's legally able to choose to go wherever he wants. And this summer, we spent so much time together. He was the only one of the kids that didn't want me to leave when I left. Because the other kids bully him. They make him do all the bad chores. It's a shit show for him. And I understand that, right? But if I were to try to have brought him back with me, I would have had to start paying lawyers and have a little custody dispute. And I don't want to do that. Like I didn't sell off anything. I didn't take anything with me when I left because all of that involves fighting legal battles. And when you're fighting legal battles, all you're doing is draining your own income, the family's income to pay some fucking lawyer, right? So I said, fuck it. I'd rather start over here with next to nothing. And I did. Like I said, I lasted 18 months, man. Do you know what I mean? And the only reason I went back, which sucks because I had a great bar already established and going, was the Canadian government was auditing me. And because I'm a grocery back in Canada, my businesses are considered grocery, I don't pay taxes. They owe me every year, normally about $5,000 to $8,000 too. So that doesn't sound like a lot of money, but that keeps me alive for a whole year over here. So it is. Do you know what I mean? And they were going to zero me out. In other words, say, we don't owe you nothing. You don't owe us nothing. No worries, Jim. Are you fucking kidding me? You owe me $8,000. I'm not just walking away from that. I'll come home and I'll get the fucking paperwork in order. But when I got home, all the papers were gone, missing, destroyed. It was ridiculous the way my house was. So I had to go and rebuild everything from scratch. I had to go talk to suppliers and get them to issue me new yearly balance sheets. I had to, go to car dealerships and say, I need you to just give me another copy of my agreement. I did, it was bullshit. It was bullshit. And in the end, they nickel and dimed me down to only give me $5,000 of my $8,500, right? So my ticket was $2,000 to get there, $700 to come back. Plus, I paid crazy amounts to live there for the summer. If I hadn't been slinging fish, and making some money as I went, and I sold some project cars. Like I sold some old Mustangs, sold some of the Jags, I sold other things, that I know, hey, I'm not for coming home. My goal is not to come back here. I'm selling it all off as much as and I gave it away, peanuts, just to get rid of it, right? She's like, I got a boat, amazing boat, spare motor and everything for it. I mean, the thing's worth $25,000, $30,000. I'm going to end up selling it for $5,000, the trailer value, just to get rid of it. Do you know what I mean? Like, no one there is going to maintain it. They're not going to use it. They're not going to fix it. So if it just sits there getting snowed on every year and rotting away, a perfectly good boat that could be put back in the water this season if someone puts the motor in it will just become shit, right? So I don't want to have that happen. So, yeah, I understand. You want to keep earning Canadian dollars, US dollars, but live there. I mean, that's what everybody wants, right? That's why the guys wait till their pension age. They wait till they have some means of an income that lets them do that. And you can still do that. Do I have ADHD? No. I'm able to definitely maintain multiple thought lines, though. I know most of humans can't do that. Society has dumbed you all down and thinking that's normal. But no, I can pay attention to multiple topics at the same time and circle back to them. It's a debate skill too, which I know that's also lost in the West by a lot of you folks. But yeah, having reliable connections in Canada is key for sure. But no, the whole living on Canadian dollars, US dollars over here, it's doable even with a job. There are online jobs that you can get. Just a lot of them are scams, so be careful. I deliberately tell anyone coming over here, have 3 bank accounts. 2 that are your real bank accounts that you can use to, have money deposited, transfer money around. In case you lose a card, you got the backup bank, whatever. The 3rd account is to give to these online jobs or any other kind of potentially suspect connections so that you can still work an online gig and they can deposit into that 3rd account, but they can't somehow fuck up your 2 real accounts. And when I say 2 real accounts, the reason why is what I do. Actually, I have 6 accounts, but the 2 that I use are, one is where my main savings are, and some bills will come out of that automatically. The other one is what I keep a card on me for, so that let's just say I'm out and about and I need to pull 10,000 pesos out. It comes out of that card. And I charge that account by literally taking small amounts of money and e-transferring it into that. They're all Canadian bank accounts, so e-transfer is incredibly easy. Wise is cheap. Remitly is too. I mean, I use Remitly only because I found the Wise was impossible to set up over here. If you want to set up Wise, you got to do all that at home. Have it fully functional, fully operational before you leave the country. They just got too many safety procedures involved in the registering of the program that when you're over here, it's ridiculously hard. There's another one that the European friends of mine use. They were trying to get to send me money, and it was just ridiculous too. He could set it up no problem in his home country in Finland, but here to set it up, it recognizes that you're here, even with a VPN. So that's not any good, But any of these platforms, I have Remitly. I use it. It's $3 to transfer. It's not based on how much you transfer. Where you get fucked though is on bank fees when you're pulling the money out here. Most of the bank machines here will only let you pull out 10,000 pesos at a time, and it will charge you 250 pesos plus 80 pesos every 10,000 pesos. So for me to pay rent, I got to pull out two increments. I pay an extra 500 pesos just to pull rent money out. They don't take checks here. Most companies and businesses don't take credit cards here, especially if you leave a city. Like if you're in the boondocks, like even 7-Eleven, no credit cards, man. You go and use their in-house bank machine, pay that extra 250 or 250 plus 80. The other thing is to get a bank account here isn't always as easy as they make it sound. I have had no success, and I've tried 4 or 5 banks. Other expats tell me, I just walked in and got it. Okay, I guess. That has not been my experience. So, yeah, I mean, it's difficult. And I mean, the other side of it is because no one takes cards. Well, that's what they told me too. And I've had 3 ACR cards now, and never have I been able to use one for that. What the ACR card is okay for is to transfer your license right away. My problem is I don't want a fucking Filipino license. I'm keeping my Ontario license because I own Ontario vehicles. Some of them were insured up until just like I left this time. Because now in Ontario, as you know, you can't get 3-month policies for insurance. You got to pay for a whole year. It's like, I don't fucking live there all year. Why the fuck? It's like with motorbike insurance. You only drive the bike for 3 months. Why am I going to pay you for a fucking year? It's just more of that death by 1,000 cuts. The purpose of life in the West is you will own nothing and you'll be happy about it. And part of the doing that is by making, oh, you got stuff? Let's find ways to whittle down your funds so you don't have stuff, where it's just not cost effective to do it anymore. Like I have 3 trucks for the business, 2 V8s and a little 4-cylinder. I didn't insure them because I'm not paying for 1-year policy to only be open 4 months of the year. That's crazy. But Wise is okay, but set it all up while you're in Canada. Like, I mean, I don't just mean like apply. I mean, get that fucking Wise card in the mail. Just like the other thing I tell people for your normal bank accounts. You have cards in your wallet right now that work, your debit card, your whatever, right? Before you leave, a month before you're leaving. So if you're going to come back in January, do it now. Go into the bank tomorrow or today, I guess, because it's still daytime where you guys are, and apply for a new card. Don't use it. When it comes in the mail, just leave it in the fucking envelope. Bring it with you in your luggage. Now, if you ever lose the card you're using, or the mag strip gets worn, or the SIM card gets worn, or any of the other bullshit that can lead to that card not being fucking reliable, you can just pull the new one out of the package and it becomes active the minute you use it. But if you use it, then the one you were carrying in your wallet is no longer active. So for me, it's a parachute. It's just an emergency so I don't get screwed, because at least a third of the pity expat videos that are online are people who get fucked hard because they can't get access to their money. Like those 9 days when I couldn't get access to the internet, I couldn't check Gcash. I couldn't get PayPal donations from people on the channel. I couldn't transfer money from other accounts in Canada to the accounts that I use over here. I was fucked, right? So it's just one of those things where I don't have enough money. I'm sure JB8541 there will tell you, because he watches my channel. I'm a brokey. But I tell people, try and have 10,000 pesos out and about, hidden somewhere in your house as emergency money, just in case there's an issue with reaching your money in your bank accounts, even if you have a card, just to have that as an emergency stash. It's like when we get brownouts or blackouts with the internets in Canada, and you see these girls and these guys, young people, going into gas stations, they can't buy gas because all they have is debit, all they have is Apple Pay. Fucking idiots. When I'm in Canada, I always have at least $100 hidden in every vehicle, cash, so that if I got screwed like that, I'm at least gonna get some fucking gas to get back to base. I was able to keep about 2,000 pesos as emergency money in my wallet here almost all the time. I have it kind of hidden in a back thing, but now my wallet's falling apart. It's a cheapy one that used to just be my Thailand wallet. because it's heavy. It has a Velcro and stuff. But well, the other thing too, Escape to Philippines, is if you are coming over and you know for sure, do you already have a Philippines phone number since you've been here before? Have you been maintaining that? Because once you have it, all you got to do is just put 10 pesos of load on it every month to keep it active. And if you have a Philippines phone number, add it manually. Walk into your bank and add it to your fucking files. So they can call you OTP style on those numbers. I did that this time around because when I was gone for those 18 months, one of my big fucking problems was my son stopped paying my Rogers bill to try and screw me over. And because of that, it led to, so when you get here, it sucks because, I mean, if you come here, you're probably not going back anytime soon. And it's really hard when you're not here to get a Philippines phone number. So, I mean, the best you could do is maybe pay someone like me who's already over here, throw me, 2,000 pesos or whatever, and I'll go get you a SIM card from Smart. I'll full register it for you, and I'll tell you what that number is. And then when you arrive, you just have to start using that as your actual phone. But what happens then is you take that number while you're still in Canada, once it's active here, you tell them what it is, and they add it to your bank profile. You don't have to get rid of your North American number. I say always keep your North American number. But this is just, like, for me, I'll tell the rest of the story. I got screwed by my son not paying my bills. No, they do. They do. I mean, I'm with TD, CIBC, Scotia, and Royal. They all accept Filipino phone numbers. I told them I'm already retired. I seasonally live half the year over there. And if I have problems with my accounts, and I don't have my North American phone, and I need an OTP, that's the number I want to use. In fact, on all my accounts, it's classified as my winter line. So even the bank knows, okay, between this month and this month, that's what we call them on. And for me now, like when I'm logging into the web banking online, sometimes it'll want a verification it's me, and it'll want to send me an OTP. And CIBC actually sends me a drop-down box asking me, text this number, call this number, text this number, call this number. And one of those numbers is my Filipino phone number. Because when I was back last time, I walked into a bank and I manually added it. Because when my son fucked up my phone number I've had for 32 years, which was, I got it back, but he didn't pay the bill. I didn't know, and blah, blah, blah. And it led to me not being able to get OTPs, not being able to log into CRA, not being able to log into my emails if I got locked out. It was a real fucking shit show. So I said to myself, because everything I'm doing over here is a learning curve. And that's why with my channel, at least, I'm trying to share my experiences, what I've learned. No, you have to go in person. You have to walk physically into a bank, show ID. That's how you get fucked over here. It's almost everything to do with changing or doing business with your banks. You have to be there in the person in a bank, in a branch. It's just the way it is. And I understand why, because it's to make sure that it's not some fucking foreigner over here somehow is, copied your SIM card or, stealed your information and they fuck you over, right? So I don't even really gripe that much at the banks for it. Where my issue was I was with Rogers for, like I said, already at that time, 30 years. Not under contract. I haven't got equipment from those assholes in a decade plus because all the phones Rogers gives are shit. I buy phones in Japan or South Korea when I'm cutting through. Cheaper too, and you get better tech. But anyways, that's another side of the coin. They wouldn't turn me on for a day to get an OTP from the bank or from fucking CRA to file and get things done until I paid my bill. And I couldn't pay my bill because I couldn't add Rogers as a fucking payee on the account I had access to without getting an OTP from the bank. So that's why I added the Philippines number. That was what was the big, okay, fuck. So yeah, I do give a lot of banking advice, and those are the three things. Have a backup card, have multiple accounts, and if you have a Philippines number and you're visiting home, go and add it to all your bank accounts, right? Just be sure you're going to keep it. I've had the same Philippines number now for 3 years. So I know I'm not going to get rid of it. It's actually one of the first numbers I memorized in my head in a decade because, we all keep them in our phones as contacts. I don't remember any of my kids' phone numbers at the top of my head. They're in my phone, right? So, but I know my Philippines number. I can blab it out right away, right? And I do. It's in all my descriptions there. I don't change it. It's my GCash number. Scotia was the one that gave me the most grief, only because I have mortgages with them that I transferred to my son, and they were wanting to, make life difficult for me because I closed all my business with them when I was in there. But I told them that if there's ever a problem with the mortgages or a problem with the one business account that's still active but not used, I want them to call the Philippines phone number, right? But yeah, Scotia is Scotia. I mean, Scotia closes so early. They're one of the worst banks now. And TD's not that much better. I was actually a Canada Trust customer, which is a really good bank. But now they're TD, and it is what it is. CIBC has been okay. It really has. So, I mean, if you open up a new account, obviously what's going to happen is you're going to run into all those you're a new client bullshit, right? I still say if you only have one account with one bank, go open that second account with a second bank just to have that. And tell them, just say, I'm moving to the Philippines. I live there half of the year. You don't need to say you're there all the time, so they might try and fuck with you. I say I'm there half the year. And I was gone for 18 months and they never fucking. Bank of Montreal did close the account because my son let it get into overdraft and there were no deposits in the account for 3 months. And so they shut the account, which sucked because that's where all my tax money used to automatically get deposited to. So had they waited 2 more weeks, they would have got a nice big check from the government, which would have cleared the overdraft. Either way, I had to go into a bank, deal with them because I had to get them to print up the yearly statement that I had to give to CRA. And I just paid off the overdraft at the same time. But no, it's one of those things where banks are assholes. They don't have really all that care for you. And they got their policies and some of them make sense and some of them don't. And yeah. It is a pain in the ass, but it guards your ass, right? Like, here's the thing. I really don't complain about the OTPs because I don't want some fucking no-job crackerhead to be fucking guessing stuff and just stealing stuff. At least with the OTP, there's no way my kids or if my ex gets a new man and he's going through old papers and finds an account, they can steal because no, that fucking number comes right to me on my hip cell. And if it doesn't reach me, if I don't reply back, they don't pass the transaction. I've had that problem with Remitly where I didn't answer the OTP quick enough. Yeah, fuck that. $18 or $27 a day is what Rogers is, and you don't get data. I just can't justify that. I do it 2 days a month normally, sometimes only 1 day a month when it's an emergency. So for kids' birthdays, I'll turn the phone on for that day. And since I'm paying for the whole day, I'll call everybody. I'll text everybody. I'll do as much business as I can in that 24 hours. And remember, it's not real 24 hours when you start. It's 24 hours from 1 a.m. Canadian time of your bill. So for me, it's like over here, we're about exactly 12-hour difference. I don't even try until 2 in the afternoon here. So now it's 2 in the morning in Canada. So now I'm active. I'm paying for that day. Okay. So now I'll just call and text all the people I need to text and call. And I'll get good use out of that fucking $18 a day, right? But yeah, it's ridiculous. And take your SIM card out, your North American SIM card out of your phone because they fucked me just recently on Rogers bill. I spent all night dealing with the 1-800 number because I'm a Patel. I'm a cheap flicker like that. Like I'm not letting them screw me for any money because they ding me for extra roaming fees while my SIM card was in my phone in airplane mode while I was flying over here. I had roaming charges on the 23rd of August. I left on the 24th. How the fuck? Oh, because when you come over, you're a day behind, right? And I was in South Korea for the day. I did not use my phone. I did not take it out of airplane mode, but it got 4 kilobytes of data. So it updated the time or some shit. And they dunged me $18 for that. You can receive text with Rogers too. Yeah. But if someone calls you, you get a random caller. And me, I get called and harassed by my kid's school in their automated calling system every day. So if you get a call, you're now getting the charge. If you get just an OTP come in, and that's what I try and do, like I'll put the SIM card in and I'll power up the phone as I hit send. So that if I'm getting an OTP back in the day, it comes in right at the moment I get it, I read it, I shut the phone off. So I don't get that extra fucking billing. Because that is the problem, is that they want to try and fucking rip you off for as much as they can. And it is what it is. I just won't let it happen to me, right? So, yeah. Those are 3 pieces of advice, too, when it comes to the Roger, any of the phones. Take your SIM card out. Yeah, I keep the SIM card. I just keep it out. I actually keep it in a little pill bottle. And I only put it back in the phone when I know I'm expecting an OTP right now. I don't leave it in the phone in airplane mode because they got me for 10 extra days of roaming. That's $180. And because I was late on a payment 2 days, they charged me an extra $75. So I was like, go fuck yourselves. No way. And that being said, I did get some of it negotiated off. But also now I have a complaint in with the office of the president, blah, 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 to try and get some of that money back because I'm just not willing to do that. And I have a payment arrangement till the 6th of December, and I'm back on the 4th or 5th. So I have the weekend to make a few sales, and I'll go pay them their $160 that's owing. But it's the pain in my ass because I'm not paying that extra $180 they're hoping for. I'm paying some of it. Some of it is legitimate roaming, but they did get me for quite a few extra days, which were bullshit. So strong advice, take that SIM card out of your phone as soon as you leave Canada and only put it in if and when you need to get an OTP and it's on its way. Because if it's in there and you switch out of airplane mode or your phone runs out of power and then you charge it back up and it comes back and it's not in airplane mode, getting a text won't ding you, they tell me. But if you receive a call, not even answer it, just it rings, that's roaming, right? If your data updates like your clock, that's data, that's roaming, right? So you want to avoid all of those bullshit nickel and dime, death by 1,000 cut charges if you can. At least I do, so. Shit, I've been pretty good. I've nursed that whole beer for this whole video. It's getting piss warm though, but it is what it is. So yeah, I don't know if there's any other questions. I'm down to only 2 people. I guess BJ8541 booked off. He didn't like my answer to his question about the ADHD. They pretend like they're asking legit questions. Really, they're just trying to insult. A lot of them do that in the comments section too. I just give them a polite answer. It fucks with them even more. But it's like the sad grandpa guy gets all butt sore with me because I don't feed into his craziness. And then because I trash talked him back about how he's short and ugly and shit, he doesn't even say my name anymore. It's like, oh. But he still says Barb's. Just says you got to know who I am and what my channel's about to get the Barb. But yeah, so that's me in a nutshell. I guess I'm coming on the 2-hour mark there. I don't know if there's anything else really to add. I mean, I'm glad I didn't just ramble to myself. Which, I don't understand because, I won't even watch Jimbo's videos, Asia Jim. He's such a fucking moron, man. At least 6-8 months ago, I stopped watching his channel and his videos. I won't watch the shorts when they come up, nothing. I don't want to see him get a single second of view time. I just don't know why people do, because he's not even entertaining. It's sad and pathetic. I just... when I first started watching him, I thought, you know what? He's with that ugly older broad because he's trying to fuck the gorgeous young daughters. Because 2 of those daughters are, I would just, they'd be pregnant by now. But no. He's honestly somehow infatuated with that gross woman he's with. And she's scammed him so many times in so many obvious ways. So for sick grandpa to be all over him, I don't understand, because he's just promoting Jim's channel. Like, why are you trying to help this fucking complete crackhead? I mean, he's not crackhead, but he's definitely a juice monkey, idiot. Get viewers. So yeah, I don't even talk about him on my channel. Try not to promote him. Me and Cal, Sunshine Shoulders, we made fun of him hard before we went on air because everyone knows him. Everyone knows him. And the fact that he even came back here when he had charges pending, what a fucking idiot! He has no reason to come back. He lost the laundromat. He lost his store. It has, and I'll tell you why. Do you know why the expat drama has been so insane? Because the new laws. A lot of these expats, I would say maybe about 30-40% of them for sure, all their content was interviewing hot, tasty whores, walking around and reviewing all the women, doing street walking and fucking trying to get as many cleavage shots and tight ends on asses, and they're not allowed to do that anymore, right? That'll send your ass packing, ass fatality. And so they have no content. They don't have any way to keep viewers. They don't have anything interesting. So it's become a shit show. It's become a trash talk and troll fest, right? Which I'm trying to avoid it, but at the same sense, like, Sad Grandpa has openly lied about me a few times. Like, there's not even any truth to it. Like, when I was buying the van, I got fucked over there by my friend in Canada. Like, I'll give you $400. I'll help you out, buddy. Blah, 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 so you can get a van. And I was thankful for that. But then I get all the way from where I live to Cebu, which is 5 fucking hours. I'm there because he wanted to make sure the van was real and I wasn't being scammed. And me too, right? I wasn't going to wire anybody any money in advance and hope the van was there. But when I got there, the van was there. I needed to put all new brakes on it. So I bought the brakes once I knew the van was there with the money I had in my pocket. And I bought some coolant and some brake fluid because when you change calipers and pads, you're going to lose some fluid and you're going to blade lines. He wasn't answering his fucking texts. He was like not answering anything. And I was like, what the fuck? For 5 fucking hours too. So I started panicking and I did use my phone that day. I called home. I called my one son. I called fucking my dad. I called anybody I could because if fucking just 4 of them sent me $100, I could at least still drive away with this fucking van. I just put new brakes on it for the guys. Oh, I'm not going to be able to take the brakes back off. So I just wasted 5 hours, so 1,800 pesos in fares and bus fares and taxis and everything because, the bus drops you off at a terminal and then it was a fucking 800 peso drive to Macatan Island in the taxi. Then I bought the brakes. I'm down already like 10,000 pesos here for this van. Like I can't just walk away because no one's sending me the last little bit I need to actually give it to the guy to drive away with it, right? And Sad Grandpa put a post up because I put a post out saying, hey, I'm looking for some donations. I'm in a little bit of a pickle. Can you help me? Blah, blah, blah. Saying that I had tricked one of Sunshine Shoulders' viewers into giving me 200,000 pesos, which is like 4K. No. But since then, I haven't had very many donations. So his lie perpetrated that I'm some sort of scammer who's out there milking and bilking people for money, right? And it's like, fuck. First off, if someone gave me 4,000 pesos, $4,000, sorry, it's not because I'm buying a fucking van. And they own a business over here. Like, it'd be plain and simple. They're not a business partner. One of Sunshine Shoulders guys sent me 200, which is the biggest single ever donation I got. And I was really thankful. I didn't even ask for that. That was someone else asking for me. And that's what got the bar open here because I was locked out of an account. And I couldn't get the money I needed just to buy some tables and chairs and the last piece of paperwork I needed to legally open a police check. And so, I was thankful to the guy. And I told him, you come over here because he's on his way over. When you do, you have a reserved table for you, bro. Your first fucking few meals are free. Like, don't worry. Like, I'll make it up to him. Do you know what I mean? So for Sad Grandpa to go and tell just a blatant lie, I'm getting all this money from these fucking people on another person's channel, made it so I no longer believe him, right? And then there was another one he lied about too, just recently. And I was like, what, bro? Do you not even try to have facts? And that's where I now know that Sad Grandpa is just completely full of shit, right? I don't believe anything he tells me about anybody now. And it sucks because he trash talked this guy from another expat page that I'm on Facebook, and the guy's been nothing but nice to me. I mean, he helped me promote the business in Shenzhen. He just let me put an ad up for the fucking sublet in my house here, and I know he's a bit scammy because like he's always trying to sell ebooks and he's always trying to make a buck. Like he closed his page for non-subscribed people. He had to give him $40 to be a lifetime subscriber. But he hooks you up with whores. Like if you join his page, he does a meetup every month in Manila, and it's just young Filipino whores going to milk morons for their money, right? But if you're fresh off the boat and don't have a connection, $40 to get to meet something that you're going to get to bang in all three holes. What's the matter with that, right? I mean, it's not for me, but I'm not passing any judgment or hate. And the guy's doing whatever he can to survive over here. Well, Sad Grandpa there was all like doing a huge poster with him saying we're best buddies and I'm a scammer like him. And he mentioned all the scams this guy's done. I guess he did a spaghetti dinner or some shit like that. And I don't know any of this stuff because I don't go digging into everybody I talk to online's back history. It doesn't really fucking matter to me, right? But now I don't even know if that's true because I've caught Ricky, Sad Grandpa, lying about so many things that's like, I don't know, bro. You know, including when about me. Like it would be different. It was like, okay, like what's that with Jim? Asian Jim is how this topic started. You know, the guy's a moron. There's no doubt about that. But I don't know if everything he's saying is true. I don't think he's funded by his mom. It's like that Ace Cool number one, whatever. He's some moron too. Looks like a complete fucking idiot. I think he's wearing a hairpiece. But he was just trying to say that Smart Girl Philippines is really a guy. And she's reading from a teleprompter. And he's got 4 kids. That's not true. I mean, it's just not true. You know what I mean? Not even slightly, right? So it's like there's a lot of these guys who just make shit up for clicks, right? They don't have the ability to create good content. So they're getting into troll territory. 100% truth is ridiculously rare. I don't even think 100% truth exists anywhere, mostly because of ignorance. I mean, there could be 100% of the intent of truth, but people don't do their research. People don't ask questions, so to speak. And so, you know, they're wrong. They're just wrong about a lot of stuff. And my problem is the people who just believe these people as gospel. Because it's like, but how would that guy know these things? It's like some guy was on another guy, Ben in Cebu. I think he's a bit of an idiot too, but not in the same way. He's just a different kind of idiot. But he had someone in the comment section trying to say stuff about Sunshine. Sunshine cheats on his woman. That's why he wants to be alone some of the time. That's why he does his giveaways on his woman's phone now, because he was banging girls he was giving away money to and this and that. First off, how the fuck would this guy know this shit? Cal is not mentioning that kind of shit on his video. His woman most definitely is not going to mention it. Sad Grandpa mentioned it. Where'd you get his intel from, right? It's not like it's common knowledge. And the other side of it is threefold. You know, one, most of us guys who come over here who are real men are not fucking tied at the hip to our woman. I actually fucking make fun of, and I stop being friends with expats who have to go everywhere with their woman. Like, leave the cunt at home sometimes, bro. Can't we just go out and play darts or catch pool on our own? Why? I don't bring my woman fucking everywhere. It just gets annoying. And they do it because either they are insecure or she's insecure, right? So it's like, if she's insecure, she won't let you go anywhere, get fucking rid of her, because you don't need that grief. Are you a fucking pet? Are you a dog on a leash? I'm not. I don't buy into that shit. The other side is you won't leave her alone. How fucking needy and dependent are you on that? You don't need any bro time. You don't need any alone time. So the guy's evidence is that Sad Grandpa said it, and he likes to travel alone. That's a fucking far cry from he's cheating on his woman and scamming and paying with donations to bang stray bitches. But these people go unchecked. There's no truth censorship or any of that. And not that I want that, because I don't like censorship, but I just tell people, use your common sense. How do these random fucking idiots know this kind of stuff about other people's existences online? They're not posting it. They don't know the people personally. So it's all conjecture, speculation, and myth, right? And so I've personally met Cal 5 or 6 times, and I think he's an okay guy. He's had me on his channel a few times. Do I think he would ever cheat on his woman? I think every man cheats on their woman if they can. It's human nature. Agreed, exactly. It's just about the advice. I mean, if you're a channel that's built on advice, I try to model my channel off of advice, and I did that even before I met Cal. But I mean, I've been watching Cal for probably about 3 or 4 years. But I don't care about the backstory really at all. I don't catch him lying, right? I don't catch him telling me things about here that aren't true, right? He tries to deal you the straight good, the nitty gritty, as he calls it, right? And some of the guys here can't handle it because they think they're right. And that's why they're being scammed. That's why they're not doing well. That's why they've got to live on $4,000 a month. But they know what they're doing. Like, no, you fucking don't, bro. You're just being ad. And some of them, it's the ego thing, right? That's the other problem. They can't. It's the same people who got vaccinated who won't admit the vaccinations were bad because they bought into the shit. They wore their masks while driving alone in the car. They were the fucking idiot suckers, and they can't admit they were wrong. This is a huge epidemic in the West, and unfortunately, Westerners, when they come over here, a lot of them don't lose that. It's like I just mentioned in another one of my posts there from Sunday. 3 hardest words for any Westerner to say. I don't know. There's nothing wrong with not knowing something, you know? And in fact, in my opinion, I think that you should be spending every day learning something new, meaning there's something you don't know. No, man, because I say I don't know all the time. I think it's an ego thing. It's people with small egos, small intellects suffer that, you know? And it's just more rampant in the West because somewhere along the line, we've all been told that if you don't know something, your value is less. So bullshit and answer and be okay. I just don't buy into that. Here you get people all the time. My woman is constantly telling me she doesn't know shit. And other girls I've dated, it's quite common for a Filipino to admit, I don't know something. You know what I mean? Like, they don't have that issue as much. Now, they do have the saving face issue, which is just as bad, but I'm not going to get into all that on this late in the channel, but no, it's just one of these things where Western arrogance is really potent, we'll say, you know, in these blogging people and why they're producing the kinds of videos that they are, and like I said, a lot of them are just completely misleading. You know, I try myself not to have my channel be just focused on one topic or one core audience. I'm all over the map. Hence the guy that thinks I got ADD. But it's one of these things where I'm not starved for content. I can make 3 or 4 videos a day, no problem. Keep them relatively interesting. I don't need to hate on people and talk about them. I try not to, actually. And I like it. Like the reason why Zach Grabber doesn't mention my name anymore is because every time he did, I go up by 10 or 15 subscribers, right? So the way I saw it is he was just promoting my channel. Thanks, bro. And I even said that to him a few times. Thanks. Because his first video on me wasn't all that bad. He actually seemed like he was trying to give me good advice and you know, blah, 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 blah. Of course, his first video on me was hitting me at a time when I was just losing my zen and had a little bit of an emotional situation. So I may not have replied back the most appropriately, for sure. But I didn't go personal on him. I do now, only because, why not? He is a pretty ugly looking dude. He's clearly short. he clearly pays for sex. So, it is what it is, right? And his channel is entertaining, but there's no education in it. Like, he's traveling to all these other countries. Why don't you show some of the fucking travel, bro? Show what it takes to go into Thailand through the immigration. Show where you're staying, at what hotel, and what you paid. Those kinds of things are useful videos. If you follow my channel, my Thailand videos, I go into all that shit because I think that's useful content, right? But it's not sensationalism content, and his channel is built entirely. Well, and I do understand that for sure. The walk around videos are a little difficult for sure because I am walking and it bobs it around. And some of the videos I do put, if I know it's bad like that, I will put it's a podcast. I mean, there's not really anything to see. It's just me. So I'm trying to narrow that out. I don't know how this microphone is. This is the microphone I use for recording voices for the cartoons. I do voice a lot of the cartoons. But what happens is I don't do this is the first time I made a video on my computer for YouTube. I'm always on my phone. I find the camera's okay. My problem is I noticed yesterday's video, or was it the day before? One of the 2 days, it was pretty blurry. But what happened was it's because there was a smudge on that outer lens from it being in my pocket, and I didn't realize that. So, and I don't use editing software because I want to keep it real. I really find the really clean, tailored videos with scripts and shit not really enjoyable for me to watch. I like to keep it real. But at the same sense, there is definitely better cameras for sure. And one of the things I'll definitely bring it back with me after I've got some money from the Christmas rush is a Go stick, like one of those sticks you can stick it on, like Carefree Chris uses. I should have taken the one when he offered it to me, but I didn't want to take anything for free. I'm one of those guys, right? So back then, at least, because back then I wasn't asking for money on the channel at all. I wasn't even thinking about subscriptions or any of that stuff. That was really advice I got once I moved to San Carlos from the 2 or 3 San Carlos bloggers that I went on their shows for. And ironically enough, one of them got cowardly, wouldn't even post the video we did because he was like, "Oh, I saw how much hate you got on Cal's channel. I don't want that." I'm like, "What hate?" You get a few people who don't believe my story because they can't accept the fact that I went 3.5 months on fucking $1,600. Yeah, you can do it. I just wasn't living large, but I also wasn't starving, But so yeah, I'll try and do these. I take this mic home with me, and I take this laptop home with me. So I will be trying to do a live stream once a week on Mondays, Monday evening here in the Philippines, Monday morning in Canada, where people can ask questions. And of course, always open to questions in the comment section. And I do put my email for questions if there's a topic someone wants me to cover. I'd be happy to do that. Not so much if it's just about what do I think about this person or what do I think about that person. I got a lot of those emails too. I'm just not biting. Do you know what I mean? It's just not me. I'm not into that. But definitely I'm into like in the beginning of the stream, there's a bunch of people asking me questions about the show and people asking me some questions about Gensan and the first failed attempt I had of doing this when I didn't know the mic wasn't working. Now I know there's some little green buttons to watch for, so I'm watching for those, and they're staying green. So, like I said, this is my very first live stream, so I appreciate everybody who's tuned in and chatted this long. And for you, Escape to the Philippines, like I said, if you want, you send me an email, and I mean, I don't know how mobile you are back in Canada, but I'm in Ontario at least for 3 weeks. And I'm mobile, so I wouldn't go all the way to Lake Erie. I mean, more if you're coming a little bit east and we meet somewhere in the middle or whatever. But also, if you're coming over in January, it's always easier to fly over with someone. And do you have a place when you come here? I've got an empty room, right? So I'm going to sublet it out if someone chooses to. And right now, under the current sublet thing that I've advertised on a bunch of different pages, I'm even willing to throw in the motorbike. So when you come over, if you're coming over, you instantly got a pair of wheels that's registered, street legal, all that bullshit. And it's a semi-automatic, so you got to change gears with your foot, but you don't have a clutch. So it's ridiculously fucking easy, and it's ridiculously cheap on gas. So for $500 a month Canadian, that's your utilities, all that other bullshit. That's a good winter escape, But I would buy that ticket now if you are coming over in January. I wouldn't wait till January, and buy something after the 15th. I found prices just dropped drastically on Trip.com after the 15th. And if you're flying, I guess, I don't know if Toronto's your closest airport, Thunder Bay is your closest airport, but if it's Thunder Bay, I would fly Thunder Bay to Vancouver and then just get a ticket from Vancouver across. So you're not bouncing through the States, because that adds literally fucking a day's worth of extra travel. Plus now for us Canadians, just so you know, in case you haven't been savvy about this, we need a visa to fly through the States. So you could get denied, and then you buy a fucking ticket for nothing, right? And if you're buying through these discount sites like Trip or whatever, it's real fucking hard to refund a ticket, if even at all. I've lost about 5 or 6 tickets in the last 4 or 5 years because I bought the cheap ticket. Shit happened, shit changed, shit this, shit that, and I couldn't even edit the date. Couldn't even edit the to get my money back, to get credits, nothing. And I found a ticket in January, like I said, between the 15th and the 20th, there were several options. And they're all like Vancouver to Japan, to Vancouver, to South Korea, and then into Cebu. And I don't know, if you said you've flown here before, so I don't know, I shouldn't ask today, but I always strongly say fly into Cebu. Manila is such a shit airport. The customs people are assholes. Immigration people are grouchy as fuck. Cebu, you're in, you're out. It's a great airport, lots of goodness around it, easy to catch fares. And then my go-to hotel is Dragon Home Inn. Dragon Home Inn is half a kilometer tops to Alaya Mall. It's about 1,000 pesos a night. The rooms are really nice. If you book a matrimonial suite, they don't ask what bridges you're bringing in and out. You don't need to have ID for them all. They don't vet them. If you aren't going to be dating any chicks and you don't care and you really price is the most important factor, 3 doors down is a place called All Suns Inn. That's ALLSONS Inn. The staff are assholes. Some of them are cute though. I slept with one on my first trip here. But they won't let you bring in any guests. They really screen you because they charge you an extra $3.50 to bring in a guest. So if you pick up a street girl, you pick up a fucking, girl at the mall, it's hard to get her in there. But it's only $7.50 or $8.50 a night for a room. And they do have really good room service. The food is cheap and okay tasting. So those are my 2 recommendations for cheap hotels that are clean near Alaya Mall, which is really the only thing to do in Cebu. I just don't like anything else about the city. And if you don't need to be there and you would rather be closer to the airport, Grand Aparitel has an inn with a pool, and I stay there, and it's about 1,000 pesos a night. The rooms are okay. TVs are a bit small, but I don't watch TV. But I like that it has a pool, and you're not near anything for like 24-hour food or anything, so that's also a negative to the place. But you're close to the airport, so you'll save about 500-600 pesos on each trip in and out to go to the airport, which is nice. Alsan and Dragon Home, you're looking at about 600 pesos or 500 pesos for your one way from the airport. But Dragon Home is by far my favorite. You got to book now though for Dragon Home, because if you try and do it the week before, they're filled. The Chinese know about them because it's such a good deal and such a clean place. That's how you know a place is good is if the Chinese keep it booked, because they're always looking for deals. So, but yeah. I mean, Cebu is great. I mean, the airport's great. I think the city sucks. I'm not into it at all. I mean, Yeah, you always got seasonal shit. That's why I tell people book your hotels in advance. Obviously you want to book your plane ticket first so you know when you're actually arriving. But it's one of those things where, like Allison, it has a pay on arrival option. So that's really convenient. Dragon Home Inn, I've never tried it. I've done a deposit for the first night. I always stay like a week or 2 or 3 weeks. And then when I get there, they'll ask you to pay for the 3 weeks or whatever. So they're definitely worth grabbing. And you can also, if you don't want to use trip.com, I use them because I'm like a platinum diamond member. I get all these fucking deals and discounts because I do so much traveling. But they're both on Agoda. And Agoda is not a bad site either. I just don't go directly through them because I actually found sometimes, it's 20, 30, 40, 50 pesos is not a lot. But sometimes Trip.com is even cheaper. And it's weird because Trip.com is booking through Agoda to book the hotel for you. And as you know, if you've been over here before, never just walk into a hotel and hope you're getting a better deal. Like in Canada, I walk into a hotel, I get a better deal on a walk-in because they're not giving a percentage to the site. But here, it's the exact fucking opposite. You'll pay more as a walk-in than you would on the site. So it's just worth paying the site, but. Yeah. Now with, I guess, send me, when you're in Cebu, because when I'm back, I land in Cebu. And depending on the time of day is, there's a very high percentage chance I'll end up doing at least one night in Cebu. So if I don't meet you while I'm in Canada and we're still in Cebu at the same time, I'll meet you and your buddy. And I know Cebu reasonably well too. Like if you're into the night girl life, both those hotels I mentioned are walking distance to General Maxim. General Maxim is the Cebu red light district, the strip clubs, the strip bars, the walking girls, all that kind of crap. I only discovered that because the guards at Allison, who know I'm a pretty conservative guy and not into that scene, when I was looking for a 7-Eleven, sent me to the one at the end of Maxim to see what my reaction would be when I got back after walking through all that. But for the cost of Jollibee, you can definitely have an evening to remember. Let's put it that way. It's not really my cup of tea, and there is a few expat bars along the way, right by the Jollibee on General Maxim. So that means if you take the Dragon Home Inn, you walk towards General Maxim, you turn left. Because General Maxim goes left and right. If you go right, it leads all the way down to Robinson. It does lead through some pretty dirty, sketchy neighborhoods, but no, I don't blame you. Like I said, it's not my cup of tea either. But you said you're coming with a friend, so I wasn't sure what kind of adventure you guys were looking to have. But yeah, no, it's not really my thing either. But it. I was actually shocked because after being in Manila, I never found any such area in Manila. I'm sure it exists, but I think everyone just goes to Angel City because it's so close. And when my friends who were like traveling over here, wanted to travel over here, before I ever came, had already joined a bunch of local Facebook pages, including an Expats and Angels page. And for me, everything I saw on that page, I was just like, yuck, like not interested. It's like Pattaya. I go Pattaya Phuket in Thailand. And I was just in Pattaya last December, and I wasn't interested when I was with a woman. I'm not interested now that I'm single, or when I was single, and I wasn't interested now, definitely. But it just got so ruined because they've got too many of the wrong country coming there now. And a lot of the girls don't want those clients either. So the only girls still going are the worst ones. And like for me, when I walked down that red light district here in Cebu, like all the grills were just gone rotten. There's no way I'm taking a mouth hug from any of them. And well, and and I hear that, and it's so plentiful here. Like I said, if I was you and you're coming with your friend to Cebu, I would just land there, do one night, and immediately leave. That's all I do now, right? If I was staying an extra night or two, it's only because I had the missus come and meet me with the baby, and she worked in Cebu for 3 years, so she's got a lot of friends from the big call center that she was at. So she'd want to hang with them and socialize with them. And I'm trying to keep her keeping all those relationships. Plus, she can go back to that call center anytime. Like when I landed this time, she immediately went back to work the day after. Problem was the baby is still on the boob. It was so young, she couldn't be at a 12-hour job. Like, do you know what I mean? So, but it's one of those things where it could be where I end up again. I could get stuck living in Cebu. And if I did, I just wouldn't be, I'd become one of those house spouses, right? One of those guys that doesn't really go anywhere. I'd be in a building with a pool and a gym, and I'd do my videos, I'd work on my stuff, spend time with my kid. But I don't find much to do in Cebu. And with Macatan, I mean, yeah, there's some resorts there. They're hella overpriced, and the water's gross as shit. Floating garbage everywhere. So it's just like, no, it's not my cup of tea. But no, if you go south of Cebu to Toledo, and you jump on the ferry in Toledo, and then San Carlos is right there. And in San Carlos, there's like fucking 36 hotels at the 700 peso range that are pretty damn nice. There's also places that are really, really nice. I like the 1,200 peso a night, like the Belladama, really nice hotel. Beautiful fucking breakfast, which comes with that 1,200 peso. So, yeah, I mean, I haven't been to Tag. I just have, I don't know. I couldn't give any counsel about Tag. But, like I said, San Carlos is cheap. It's nice. It's got great beaches. It's got good islands. It's clean. So I guess it just depends. Now, if you're going to Tag because you're already chatting with a broad there, don't just be chatting with one broad. My firm advice is to have at least 5 options. I would say that gives you the ability to not put all your eggs in one basket. And test drive them all that other bullshit. But it's just one of these things where test them as well. Don't be giving out money. Play the poor card. Don't shower them with gifts. See what their goals are. See what they're sticking around for. Make sure, like that it is someone. Because I have so many fucking people I've met over here that's just like, it's tragic. It's tragic how big the mistakes are they're making. Like the one guy, I was in the fucking truck with him when she jumped out of the moving vehicle in front of a cop to try and say he pushed her out to try and get him arrested and deported. This guy's already bought this cunt 2 houses. I couldn't fucking believe it. Now, the cops luckily didn't take him away in chains. But, and now he's marrying this broad. It's like, what the fuck? And he's a young lad who's good looking. So there's no reason. It's not like he's like Danny DeVito, 75 years old with a dick that veers to the side. He could have almost anything he wants here. Plus, he's on a huge fucking pension. So it's like, why are you settling? Personally, I'll be honest with you. I'm with someone I really like, and I took a lot of time to vet, make sure I found the right one. But I mean, if I'm single again, I'm staying single. Like, that was one of Sad Grandpa's original suggestions is just stay single, enjoy life. He's right. I did really enjoy my time here when I was single. So the rush to go and get hitched is, well, they can switch up years later. And that's why I say, and I can't say this enough. Now I'm about to be a hypocrite only because I'll get into that part of the story later. I firmly say do not get married. Period. There's no good reason to get married as a man. None. Don't buy into this shit that, it's an easier visa. It's $500 fucking dollars Canadian a year to be a tourist here. That is dirt fucking cheap. There's no way that the marriage is going to be cheaper. Right? That's one. 2, I can't own land. You still can't when you get married. It's in her fucking name. And even if you're married, she can still make up shit and get your ass deported like that. Oh, no. Sorry. No, you got to play. Why the fuck are you here? If you are happy just not having a woman, not having any love ends, why are you here? I mean, right? If it's just to live cheaper, okay, I guess. Then do that. Come here, live cheap. Don't date any of them for 1 year. In that 1 year, you're going to end up meeting 3 or 4 golden options that are going to bend you and break you into saying yes. Unless your shit don't work no more. If you're like 65 plus and you're on a bunch of heart meds and you haven't seen it in long enough to legally declare it dead, then by all means, you're right. You can probably do it. I can't. I still need it every day. This summer was one of the hardest parts of my adult life. Not hooking up at all for that whole time because I was being loyal to the 1.5 year. But I mean, I was going crazy by the end, right? Even looking at ugly ones, right? Oh, early 30s. Then no, you can't do that. Come on now, who you trying to fool, boy? You're going to need to date some ladies, especially because you said you've been here. You've seen what the creatures are like. They're all amazing. Those tiny little bumps, those beautiful little waists, the perfect teeth on some of them. Oh, I mean, just the long, beautiful hair. You can't, But no, I think that you got to play and you got to have 5 to start with. Maybe you don't commit to any of them in the sense, like for me, I didn't. I chatted with this one that I'm with now, but I was still dating other people. I wasn't committed to her. We hadn't even met yet. But when I met her, I'll be honest, when I met her, it got to the point where I was like, okay, yeah, this one is by far the best ones of all the girls I've met. And it wasn't based on looks. It wasn't based on personality or intelligence. It was a whole ensemble of things, because I met girls who were pretty. I met girls who were rich familied. I met all these other criterias. But there was something flawed about them. Like the rich family one, she was fucking batshit crazy. And she had a pretty weird smell on her poocha. I didn't like that. But it's just one of these things where this one is like, had her own job. 0 miles. Good religious girl. From a good family. Pretty enough. I think that if any guy who goes after only 10s is asking for trouble. You want to find a healthy 8, 9. Because if you have a 10, everyone's going to try and take it from you. And you're always going to have in the back of your mind, is it going to lead me for someone else? I'm not saying go find yourself a 4. Because, nobody wants a 4. Unless you're a 4. And then numbers match. But, well, the risks are different here. Not always, not over here. Sometimes you get these girls who are 8s and 9s who think they're 4s. It's fucking fantastic. I love a girl who's not all arrogant and up about herself like they are back home. And back home, you get girls who are 4s who think they're 10s. And it's like, oh, fuck, what are you talking about? But the issue here, the risks are different here than in Canada for two folds. And they're big ones, real big ones, in my opinion. And this is why I didn't test drive every girl I dated. Disease. They don't wear fucking condoms, man. They actually get insulted if you even suggest it. And that shit dries up like fucking desert right away, even thinking about it. So you can't even approach that topic. And since none of them are fucking condoms, it's the highest rate of STIs in the fucking world right now. They have this one called Trank, which doesn't affect us guys much, affects them big time. They got another one, HIV, which is real fucking bad. The fastest growth in the world. Herpes are fucking rampant here. Holy shit. So it's just one of these things where I love my cock way too much to take those risks. You know what I mean? So I will say no rather than fucking play Russian roulette. And then the second thing is that you can't really build a future here because they have all the power. So like I tell guys, if you want to come here and meet a woman, fine. But don't build a house here and a life here. You take her to a third-party country and you build your kingdom there where you're both foreigners. Because if you're here, she will always have the ownership. She will always have the power. And that means that all she has to do is make something up and you're fucking gone. and everything you build here gets to stay here. They don't let you pack your bags. They put you in chains. They put you in a detention center. If your visa's caught up, they take you to the airport, let you buy a ticket, and they fucking escort you on the plane. It's happened. It's happened. Because I've had these expat bars, I've heard so many stories, and they're firsthand stories. They're not a friend of a friend of a friend, like these fucking YouTube guys, right? They're legit like, this is what happened to me one time, Jimmy. Holy fuck, right? So a lot of countries around here will let Filipinas in easily, especially if they're your wife. So you can still marry them if you're really that dumb. I don't believe in marriage, okay? This goes back to what I said I'll come back to. I was with the same woman in Canada for 23 years. We have 5 healthy, strong kids. I was committed to her. I even still love her. I'll always, care about her. No one's going to have to fuck with her. But we were not married. So when she decided, I don't want you anymore, go away. Okay. And I was free to just walk away. I didn't have to give lawyers a bunch of money. I didn't have to file for fucking paperwork. The only people who benefit from marriage is priests and lawyers. There's no benefits. Maybe 45%, to be honest. Some of these guys were with these girls, like the one guy, he was with a girl for fucking 22 years, man. When you got a woman who's with you for 22 fucking years and then they do you dirty, she tried to have a local guy kill him. Because you can get somebody killed over here for about 20,000 pesos. That's like $600. And the cops don't do much investigation. They don't even do autopsies over here, bro. So like it is a little bit of the wild west. Do you know what I mean? Like, so it's one of those things where I strongly suggest building in a third-party country. This way you don't have that issue of they can get you deported, they can screw you for everything. And we can own land in Thailand now. We can own land in Cambodia. We can own land in Nepal, right? You can't own land in Vietnam, but they're not even going to let you settle there anyway, so that's a good point. Malaysia, I don't know what the rules are, but you could look into it. I mean, there's like 15 countries over here, so there's no shortage of countries. And at least half of them are just as cheap as the Philippines. But their women are whores, or their women are ugly, or, they have other negatives. I mean, you don't really want to shop there. The women here are great to shop with, for sure. But you're right, you got to take your time. And that's why I say you start with 5. You don't be deliberately be a cheap Charlie, even when you don't have to. Like, the dates are cheap places. You're not taking them to resorts for a week. You're fucking them in cheap hotels. You buy them simple things, dresses, shoes, maybe some earrings. No big fucking gold rings and shit that they can pawn. No new iPhones. And you do that for 6 months with all of them. And by the end of the 6 months, some of them will have already floated away because you weren't paying up what they were hoping for, right? Now, you say you're in your 30s. That is going to be an advantage to you with good ones. See, bad ones are looking for an older guy, older, because he has money, and he's going to die soon, and they're hoping he's leaving it all to them. So they're like, they'll fuck with the old dude for 10, 15 years. Then he dies, and they got millions of pesos, right? Whereas as a young guy, girls don't want to necessarily put in that kind of long-term commitment unless she actually likes you, right? Like for me, there's only a 20-year age gap between me and my current woman. And I dated 18 and 19-year-olds. And I liked some of them even. I would have even kept some of them. But as a younger guy, it's a different market for us. I'm considered a younger guy here. I mean, almost half of my clients at my Gen bar were over 70. I had these 2 80-year-old guys who were still banging 3 or 4 province girls a week. You know what I mean? Because they would come into Gen but they only stay for a week at 3 different hotels. And they'd have them all lined up. They'd bust them into Gen meet them, feed them a lunch, take them to a hotel, blah, 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 blah. Let them spend the night. In the morning, they'd send them home, or they'd make an excuse to ditch them. And they'd move to another hotel. And these guys are in their fucking 80s, man, banging sweet 20-year-olds, right? So it's just one of those things where everything is on the table here. You have to just know what you want. And that's the hardest part, because if you've been back in Canada and you really haven't thought about it, you're just right now saying, I just want a woman who's going to be loyal and stick with me. Fuck no. That's still setting the bar way too fucking low, man. You need to have a whole bunch of criteria. Like, I want her to be employable. I want to have a job. I want it to be, like, for me, no tattoos was a big fucking criteria. One of those 19-year-olds I really liked, she was so fucking good to bang. Beautiful, beautiful. But tattoos, I don't want a tattooed girl, you know? So it got her eventually disqualified. I won't do single moms. I'm sorry. I'm not raising someone else's kid. Like, the dad's still alive? Oh, no, that's too much work. You don't need to make these compromises. So you make what your list is right away. This is what I want. I said, I want a girl who's employable. I want a girl who's good looking. I want a girl who doesn't have fucking 20 extra boyfriends. I want to go from a very small family because I'm not supporting a fucking clan of 200. I want a girl without tattoos. I want a girl with all her fucking teeth. Like, I don't think I was being unreasonable in my requests. But too many guys here don't make that list. They just, the first really good looking one, and then, then they get what they get. Or, and this is the craziest, like you said in your last thing about the bad ones, right? They go to the bar and they pick up a fucking bar girl. This girl's already selling her ass. And if it's in Thailand, that's a different story. That's part of the culture there. There's not even a social stigma for being a Thai girl who goes into the province, who goes from the provinces to the cities to work between 18 and 23 as a whore. That's why the average 25-year-old Thai girl has had fucking 500 cocks in her, right? I'm not into that. I just can't. You know, I just can't, you know. I like to eat, and I'm not eating something that 500 other dudes have bumped into. Do you know what I mean? So it's just one of these things where here, if you're a whore, you're really fucking damaged because there's such a social stigma on it. Like, so if you're already working in the bar, that means you've given up all sense of social standing here. You understand that you are considered literally dirt and you don't care. Well, that's the kind of woman who's going to fuck you up bad because she don't care, right? But you still see these guys who land, go right to Angel City, hang out there, pick up a bar girl, move a bar girl in. It's like, what the fuck? Go to the provinces. You're going to get the same level of quality attractiveness, the same level of submissiveness for a fraction of the price, I might add, because those girls are just happy you took them to Jollibee and, you know, they get drunk on one drink and, you know, oh, you took them to a fucking 1-star resort. And they're like, oh, he's wonderful. You know what I mean? Like, so you don't need to spend a lot here to get a quality girl because you're going into the areas where there is no quality. They've been living on fucking rice their whole life. So you have a choice, right? My opinion is city girls are complete nas grata. Like, there's just no reason to take a city girl. Maybe a girl who's from the province, who's working in the city, if she's in an all-girl boarding house, she's not dating someone, you know, she goes to church every Sunday, maybe on Wednesday too. No, those are the girls that are, okay, yeah, that's you out. And you're right, you're not going to get the fuck up on the first date. I think that's a big red flag. If a girl puts out on the first date, if she's coming to your hotel on the first date, she's not a keeper, man. Smart Girl Philippines just did a fucking video on this. And everything in the video was right. That's why I know she's not scripted and it's not written by a dude. She's a fellow Filipina keeping it real. And like I said, in the West, where everything is, almost everything, 60% of everything is just pig-tastic. When you come here, guys, they lose their fucking mind. And yeah, they see a skinny broad and they throw all standards out the window. You can't be that guy. Because you can still have those broads. Like, I'm not saying, you know, pick your 5 and only your 5. No. Have 5 who you've been chatting with online ahead of time. But when you come here, you might even meet 5 more as you're shopping, as you're wandering around. Don't be shy. They smile, you smile back, you know. Don't be shy to walk up and say, hey, how are you doing? Don't be vulgar. Don't be all, you know, crass. But you can be like, whoa, you are guapa. You look amazing. Can I buy you a cup of coffee? I'd really like to get to know you. That works so many times for me, man. So fucking many times. It's unbelievable. And then while you're drinking coffee, sometimes they're fucking stupid, some of them. Oh, I got 10 brothers. Okay. I've heard enough. I drink my coffee, I walk away. I'm not dealing with a big family, right? There are so many girls here. There are so many that you don't need to make those compromises. But you gotta stick to your guns. You gotta know what you want ahead of time, and just not compromise. You know. Oh, they're incredibly receptive. I mean, think about it. You go in Canada and you say to a girl, "Hey, you look really nice today." That's sexual harassment. That's how fucked up Canada's gotten. Like my son and his friends won't even talk to girls. When I was my son's age, I'd be banging 4 or 5 girls a week. It was like, oh, sorry, that's a gun. Fish in a barrel. You know what I mean? But the guys here can't anymore. They won't anymore back home. They're too afraid. They'll get canceled. Someone will have their phone out saying they're harassing them. And the girls wonder why they're fucking stuck alone. I'm sorry, you did it to yourself, ladies, right? So here it's the exact fucking opposite. A little compliment, a smile back. They don't like to be touched. That is one thing I should warn you. You can't walk up to a new girl and like hug her. Because everything is sexual here. Well, that's exactly how I felt when I was there this summer. Zero desires. Especially if you're in a small town. Oh my God, fact. There's only 1 or 2 good-looking women among 1,000. It's like, and she's got miles. You know what I mean? So it's like, and I'm just not into that. I'm not at all. And like I said, I can still appreciate beautiful women. I did see a few, like I said, when I was in Canada in the summer. But I had zero desire to like initiate anything with them or get together with them. I was just like, nah. Because I have the best. Like, I took my time over here. I mean, I have the best for me. Maybe other people wouldn't agree that my woman's well. I don't really care what their opinion is. And maybe it's not, because there have been some red flags. I mean, I'm not living with my rose-colored glasses on. But I'm also not going to be all negative and stressing and drawing negative energy to myself that, oh, it's not going to work. It's not going to work. Because I believe in relationships, there are ups and downs, right? And when I was with someone for 23 years, we didn't get along all the time, but we worked it out, right? We would make the compromises we needed to. We'd communicate the way we needed to. And that is one of the negatives to the girls here is they don't communicate, You got to be the adult always, because they're not. I opened this blog with this. I'll end, I guess, with it because I'll have to go soon. This is a nation of children. Even the adults are children, emotionally immature, mentally immature. It's what it is, man. And as long as you can understand that, you can deal better with them. You don't get angry with them as easy, because would you get angry at a little kid for doing something stupid? No, they're a kid, right? Would you get angry with a young kid or person because they don't know something that's common that everybody knows? No, because they're a kid, right? So when you go into that, come here, and you have that mentality, and I only really established that mentality after I lost my Zen, because I started getting really fucking grouchy and irritated and pissed off. Like these salty guys who create videos all the time, right? Who have nothing but bad things to say. It's because they haven't clued in. You're in a nation of children. Like, they can't have democracy here. They don't have democracy here. This is a country that needs a fucking monarch for sure, because they don't even understand what democracy is, right? It's not even that it's corrupt. It's a farce, right? It's the same 3 or 4 families that just trade power, and they're all here just to line their pockets. Like, we are now like that in Canada too, but we didn't used to be. We used to have a more traditional, closer version of democracy. But here they never had it, right? Like, I mean, personally, I try to talk politics, but it's a live stream, so I don't think it's going to get out there as far. But I just think that once you realize you're dealing with a nation of children, it's easier to understand the way they are, why they do the things that they do, and how things are the way that they are. What would happen if you let the children run a country? Shit gets broken, shit doesn't get fixed, shit doesn't get improved. It's just the way it is, right? So That doesn't mean you can't have sex with them. They're not children legally. You know what I mean? But they are. Like my girl was 25 and still had never really done anything. You know what I mean? Like that's not rare here. That's really common because they have self-respect. They have pride in themselves and give it away. Whereas to find someone that's new car smell in Canada at 25, it's fuck. I'd give you $1,000. That's a girl. There's just no way. There's just no way. Even the piggiest and ugliest and fattest, grossest woman is already giving it away to someone by 20, right? Because they want to be accepted. They want to be like their pretty friend Jolie, you know? It's like, here there's the different perspective. And that's where it goes back to the streetwalkers, right? When you're meeting a young streetwalker, it's only because someone forced that onto her because she was living on bag, which is like garbage. They actually recook the garbage food. And whole sections of the society who are really poor do live on that shit, man. So that's a reality, right? There is that level of poverty here. And so if you come here and have the ability to lift a girl up out of that, you don't have to lift her far. You don't have to give her $1,000 a fucking month allowance and buy her a whole new wardrobe. And no. And you can also go into some of these tribal villages, some of these smaller villages, and you can get like brand news where you're pretty much like betrothing, like you talk to the dad, you explain your situation, you say, look, I'm looking for a real wife for long term. And, you know, I love your daughter. I really want her. She likes me. I'd like to be able to date her. You can come along. You can send one of the other cousins, females with to watch me. I don't have any bad intent. You know what? You do that method. I've known guys who've done that, and it worked. They got that beautiful situation, parental approved, married in the tribes, which isn't the same as marrying at a courthouse. You can have multiple tribal wives. That being said, you can also leave a wife that's not working out. You can't do that with a courthouse wife or church wife, right? So, you know, just these are all things that are useful to know about and to learn about. And sadly, there are very few bloggers out there sharing this kind of stuff, you know? They're all just talking about shit, talking out their ass, to be honest. Like, that's why I do recommend you're a Canadian. I'm named Chad Foster, Explorers or Experience, whatever. He's probably 45, 55 tops. Canadian has been over here for 3.5 years, right? His original videos are him just dating and womanizing and having a great time, driving all over islands on his bike, you know, the way we all were. When I first came here, I wasn't blogging, but I was enjoying life, you know. Your first year, if you're coming over here permanently, your first year should just be you staying single, staying solo, and exploring as many islands as you can, spending as little as you can. Doesn't mean you're, you know, keeping your dick dry. Go get some pussy when you can, and it's gonna happen. Like in Jensen, you know, I would literally have girls run up to me, gorgeous young girls do, jump on me and wrap their legs around me. Daddy, oh, you're so handsome. I'd have to push them away because my first fear was you're pickpocketing me. Do you know what I mean? I've worked Europe, I've worked Asia, I worked other places where that's my main fear. When people touch me or bump into me, I feel for my wallet right away. You know what I mean? But they weren't. They were just so excited to have the option of maybe meeting a white man and maybe having a white baby that, like, I've been whispered in my ear so many times. I don't even know your name. Just give me a baby. It's like, oh, and they're gorgeous too. They're like 10s and they're under 20. And it's just like, oh, you got to have the discipline to be like, no, you know, because they also lie about their age. I've met at least 10 to 15 foreigners who they ended up having kids with minors, man. They didn't know they were minors. Well, at least they say that. But that's a bad crime. They'll still lock you away pretty hard here for that shit. So, and you get fucked when you go home because, as you know, our Canadian laws, you can't do bad things like that overseas and then come home and just, oh, I was overseas. No. They'll get you there too, right? So that is a problem with going too young. You almost got to say, let me see some ID. And unfortunately, half of these people don't have ID. They just don't have a need for it. Yeah, you pretty much do. You got to ask for ID. I feel like a douche doing it, you know. Um, but I have. I mean, there was twice where I picked up girls at the mall that were just ridiculously gorgeous, and they wanted to go back to the hotel, and I used the hotel as my excuse. I was like, "Oh, I'd love to bring you back, but the hotel needs ID. Do you have any ID on you?" And then they didn't, right? And then the one, her friend ended up texting me like 2 days later, letting me know she was 15. Do you know what I mean? So she wasn't caring if I'm going to get in trouble. What she was wanting was she wanted to have a white boyfriend who's going to sugarcoat her and maybe knock her ass up, because from about 15 to 21, they're all ripe and they're all expecting to get pregnant, to build a family, to do that. And they want to lock in a sugar unit, a guy who, even if she's not keeping you, she knows you're going to pay for that kid. You're going to give her support. So you really got to be careful about that. You really do. And to be honest with you, too, the problem is in some cases, just like in Canada, just like everywhere, sometimes the only good looking years they're going to have based on their gene pool is like 15 to 19, because by 19 their skin starts to go to shit, their fucking ass gets fat, they've already had a kid from some Filipino guy, so it's like, oh, you know what I mean? So you just gotta be careful. It's hard for sure, but yeah, you gotta ask for ID. I mean, it makes you, maybe people think you're an asshole, but that's one. There's thousands more, right? So even if you somehow strike it with that one by insulting her, asking for a condom or asking for ID, it's not like that was your only option. Just look in that direction, and you're going to see another one, right? Like, it's really that plentiful here. And in the provinces, the other problem that you run into is, sure, you're going to get a much better girl, especially if you're looking for a wife. They'll speak less English. And even mine, who works in a fucking English call center, almost half of our arguments are because of communication issues, of her not understanding something. That's that's how it is. And we had a big argument once where I started talking real slow and pronouncing all my words. Oh, that pissed her off so much, enough that it caused a big escalation. So you can't really win. You have to just be patient all the time, and for some guys that's hard. It really is. When I had my Zen, it was no problem. After my crazy kids and my crazy businesses and politics, nothing could break me. But now I've fallen into the trap where I can be provoked into raising my voice or getting upset. And you just can't with these people. So even the guys, like if you're in a bar or something, you start yelling at a dude, there's a good chance you're going home in chains, because the bouncers will immediately fuck with you. You're the foreigner. You're the one that raised your voice. And yeah, you get taken away. Here's the thing: the problem with the PH is it's not one place. It's not. It's really like 5 other little countries melted together. So like, if I had just been in Manila, I would never have fucking stayed. Manila sucks so fucking bad. Same with Cebu. If I had just been to Manila, I would have left. I didn't like Cebu. I found it boring. Yeah, there were some cute girls here and there, but there's cute girls everywhere. Even Pegadian, I liked the city a lot. In Osmus, like I said, oh my fucking God, I had so much fun in Osmus. Whew. If I wasn't pulling out, I'd be fucking probably have 12 new kids. You know what I mean? Like it's crazy. But it was Gen10. It was General Santos that really sold me on the Philippines. And I like San Carlos. It's just that it's 150,000 people, and it acts like a village in Canada that's only got 6,000. You know, I BOA. I don't know BOA. No, the Deep Province. Here's the thing: are you a country boy? See, I'm a country boy. I don't mind the Deep Province, but the catch is you want to bring your own off-grid system. I'm doing that this time, even though I'm in a city of 150,000 people. I'm still bringing my off-grid system. So that's one. Two, it's boring. It's boring as fuck. Like if you aren't into like the whole outdoor lifestyle, hiking, motocrossing and that kind of hunting, maybe even. Yeah, you're gonna be bored as fuck because you rarely get good internet, and there's just nothing to do. Now, if you have the money and you're gonna build a house out there, you get a Starlink and you'll be fine. And then you can even have a little fucking pay machine on your house that's connected to your Starlink, and all the locals will start using your Starlink and paying you to do so. So there's that too, right? I mean, there are some benefits. My problem with the provinces too is you are isolated as a Westerner. And so far, most of the deaths that happen over here to Westerners are those isolated Westerners who they go out into the middle of nowhere and they're with their woman and they open a little business, they start blogging, they have a little boat, they do something that's starting to show that they're better and smarter, and it pisses off the locals enough where the lower deranged ones will want a piece of it, and they'll either give you a chance to extort you. They'll have you fuck one of their younger cousins or siblings or whatever, and then blackmail you or something. So I've heard about that a lot, actually. Or they'll just outright come up to you and be like, we're going to burn your fucking house down. Give us fucking X number of pesos per month or what else. Or like that poor fucking kid. A boatload just pulls up. They grab your ass. They take you. They fucking shoot you. And they throw you in the water to the sharks. They were going to try and kidnap him for ransom. Doesn't always work. Well, I agree. You should try and learn the language because they're going to talk about you in front of you. And if you don't know what they're saying, they're saying, yeah, tell them to go around the corner and we'll knife them. And you don't know. Fuck. It's hard because there are so many different dialects. Even fucking Google doesn't have them all. It's got Bisaya and Tagalog. That's about it. You're not getting any of these bland languages or the tribal tongues or any of the other fucking variations. There's 140 languages here, bro. So, fuck, right? I've been here 3 years, and my woman is always teaching me little bits, and I watch videos with my daughter now. You want to learn some, for sure. Will you ever be fluent? I mean, maybe. If you have a language aptitude, by all means. I don't. Even in school, I only took up to grade 11 French. I worked in Spanish fucking cruise ships all along the Caribbean for 16 years, and I've forgotten most of the Spanish I learned already. My brain's full. That's my problem. That's why I jokingly say my hard drive's full. So to learn something new, I have to forget something. And unfortunately, we don't get to choose what we forget. And so I'm loath to learn a new language I may not really need in 10 years and lose the ability to do something important. Like this summer, there's a couple times I had forgotten how to do simple shit on cars. I was like, And then it's like, because I hadn't used that knowledge in so long, it finally kind of came back. But it should have been there right away, right? So I got the basics, I can pick up a girl, I can count, because I have a restaurant, I know the names of most of my foods. But I'm not fluent by any stretch. And will I ever be? I don't think so. But if you can be, you can put Duolingo on your phone and actually commit to it every day, go on a streak, and you're good with languages, then I say do it. Because I think that it's the reason why I had all my kids learn a second language, right? The more languages you speak, the more people you can do business with. And the less fucking around you're going to get when you're in those countries that speak those languages. Because that is the problem here is, especially if you're going to the province where a lot of them don't even speak English. So if those two old guys are talking about how they want to rob you or fuck with you, or they think you're a sack of shit white man because you're banging the fucking gorgeous young one they were hoping to bang, and you don't know what they're saying, that puts you at a serious security risk, right? So, and you can stay in the cities where most people speak English here, because it's true. Even in Jetsan, I very, very, very rarely ran into someone who didn't speak English. Thailand, you get less English. Cambodia, you get no fucking English. So it's one of these things where there are definitely worse places to go. One of the real benefits to the Philippines is that they teach their schools in English. So a majority of the kids know English. Well, you see, I don't raise my kids the way other people do. So it depends. How involved are you in raising your kids, right? I am 90% sure that if I'm here to raise my kid, I will be able to sculpt them to be more Canadian, my version of Canadian, old stock Canadian, than Filipino. Because, and I just had this conversation even today with someone, the Philippines don't know anything. They're children. I do not want my child to be a child for life. If I did, I would have bought a pet monkey. Do you know what I mean? Like, fuck. Like, just simple stuff. Like, I almost had a grease fire today. It's like, what? They just don't know stuff. They don't teach them anything in school. The college system's a fucking scam. So if you have kids here, you have to be involved. You have to actively be making sure you're not raising another one of them and you're raising one of us. It's really that simple. For me, all of my kids in Canada, for the most part, except for one, are clones of me. They have my mentality. They have my business acumen. They have my stubbornness. Because I was very hands-on. I was very involved. Like, when I would travel across Canada for political crap, I bring my older son with me. And that's why my son knows a whole fucking shit ton of important people back in Canada. But he doesn't want to be in politics because that's what I wanted for him, right? Everything that dad wanted, almost all of the kids are against now. I call it dad derangement syndrome, right? Because that's what it is. And their lives are sucking and failing because all the things that I taught them, all the benefits I gave them, they're rejecting. But I taught them those things so they'd be successful. So pretty much what they're doing is they're choosing to be losers just to spite me. That's like cutting off your own nose to spite your face. It doesn't make sense, right? But that's the Western mentality that we now have, especially among youth. So I'm going to get the best of both worlds here with my daughter here and my sons when they grow them here, is they're going to be old stock Canadians. They're going to be family first. They're going to be smarter than the locals. They're going to be resourceful and have acumen and have skills. But they're not going to be the pity me, whiny, entitled sycophants that grew up in the West now, right? So you are doing better by coming over here to breed your kids, but not if you send them off to a Filipino school and don't spend the fucking time to teach them shit. I want my daughter to speak both languages, right? I don't want her just to be all English. I don't want her to be all Bisaya. So it's one of these things where I'm trying to learn more Bisaya as she's learning. I even joked with the spouse, right? I mean, I think that's the way to go, since I have a weakness for languages, is that as she's teaching her words, I will learn them too. Do you know what I mean? That might work for you. That might not work for you. It's tough to say. Yeah, I know. Bank of America in USA wants you to use the bank app to let know if you are in Philippines before card can be used. Well, actually, even in Canada, like if you go to Canada and you don't tell them you're going to the Philippines, there's a very good chance the first couple times you use your credit cards or your debit cards, they're going to freeze those cards because they don't know if it's fraud or not. So I let all my banks and institutions know that, look, I only live in Canada half the year. I live in the Philippines the rest. So is there going to be a problem with that? And, I haven't had a problem. So, I mean, letting them know, you're leaving from your own mouth in a branch goes a long way to just making sure you don't have those service interruptions. As for looking out for the mom's interest, I don't want her to not look out for the mom's interest, but I also don't want that the loyalty is somehow geared towards the mom versus me, or towards the mom's family versus me, right? And I think that all depends on how you raise them, right? How much time you're spending with them, what values you instill in them. Like for me, even in Canada, I know that this might not fly well because it's not very popular there, but I've always had an us versus them. I'm a big fan of Don Cherry. I mean, I do believe in the you people issue. There's a whole bunch of Canadians who are no longer Canadians. They weren't Canadians. They were raised to be them people. And that's why Canada sucks now. I consider myself us, and there is an us versus them mentality, right? Winners versus losers. And the losers are winning right now only because there's so fucking many of them. They're winning by majority because it's easier to be a loser than a winner. A winner has to struggle. A winner has to overcome challenges. A winner doesn't always win, but they pick themselves up and they dust themselves off and they sally forth. Losers get a participation badge. Losers are told it's okay to be fat. It's okay to be stupid. Math is racist. You know what I mean? So it is what it is, right? So would I ever have kids with another Canadian woman? Fuck no. No. I won't even want to date Canadian women. The only way I would be finding myself later in my life with a Canadian woman would be some rare, fucking uber rare, like crazy rare circumstance where like I'm back there, I'm working in a camp or something, and I happen to meet some beautiful 18, 19-year-old who was raised in the country, didn't have internet, was a little more traditional in her values, and had a fetish for old guys. Do you know what I mean? And she made the first move. Okay. Maybe I'm single. All right. But no. For me, I'm pretty accepting of the fact that my time wasting with North American women is completely over. I got zero interest, even for sport fucking. I'm just not interested. And same here. I mean, like I said, if my relationship with my current woman doesn't work out, I don't see myself rushing into another relationship. I will enjoy the single life. I'll have 2 or 3 regular friends. Then yeah, maybe I take them out occasionally, but I won't spend much money on them. And I'll just be brutal, which I'll be like, yo, you're not the only one. And that alone over here is going to cause grief for you because they all want to be the only one. But I'm just brutally honest. And so I'd rather just tell her, look, I got burned by my last one. I'm not rushing into a relationship. I like you. If you like me, great. You can travel. You can eat with me. You can have fun when you're with me. And I'll be honest, I'm also very hypocritical that if I have 2 or 3 girls, I don't want them with other dudes. I want them to be loyal to me that way, at least. I mean, if that means I got to pay them allowance, then I just get rid of them. I go get another one. Do you know what I mean? Like, I don't compromise, right? And I'm not worried I'm ever going to be alone. Like, there's just zero reason for a white man over here to be alone. When I hear on these other guys' blogs they can't meet girls and this and that, like I made a friend, this week who's a Westerner, who's like, asked me to help him meet women. It's like, what? How are you not able to meet women, bro? But it's a confidence thing. I think that's what it boils down to. Is they're not even approaching the women. So of course you're not gonna meet anyone if you just hide in your house and don't chat with any of them. Do you know what I mean? But if you're willing to go out there, you shop in the market, you smile back, you have a little drinking hole you drink at, or you go to a pool hall every now and again. Even if you're not looking, eventually one will find you. Do you know what I mean? So for me, I think that's how it'll be if I end up solo and single again. Is I'm not going to be alone, that's for sure, but I'm not going to jump into a relationship either. And the only reason why, and I didn't mention this, but like the current one I'm with, I am willing to legally marry her over here only because I've been given no choice. I want my kids to be able to go to Canada, and the Canadian government won't let me bring a Filipino home. I've already tried twice to pay the tourist route to this route. And it's not because I don't love her. I love her lots. It's not even about that. It's about I don't believe in marriage because I don't want to trap someone with me. I don't want to have someone with me because they have to be with me. I just think that's just such a fucking sickening idea. Weak men want that, right? They want a woman that can't run away. Oh, you're my wife now. Well, I'm not one of those guys, right? So for me, that's why I never married the first woman for 23 years. She was always free to leave. In the end, it became easier for me to leave, and I was the one voted off the island because I'm the bad dad. I make them work. I make them go to school. I tell them they can't be doing drugs all day. Fuck, such a mean dad. But that being said, because there was no marriage, there was no divorce. No, it's not hard to do. I mean, realistically, if you love her, why do you need a piece of paper? And if she loves you, why do you need a piece of paper? You know, for me, I just need the piece of paper to go to Canada. So I can have her and my daughter and any future children I have with her come to Canada, get their Canadian citizenships, passports, child tax benefits. I can declare them on taxes for incomes I'm making in Canada. Like all of those benefits. I'm not going to send them to a Canadian school. I'm not going to send them to a Filipino school. Maybe when they're ready for high school, I'll send them to a private school in Canada, like something like I went to. But you know, it's just not feasible, intelligent to send your kid to these schools, and it's definitely not fucking good to send them to Canadian schools because now they don't teach them shit, pronouns and fucking social engineering, and I don't think my kids need that. I don't think my original kids need that. They don't, and that's why they don't even go to school. One beer for 3 hours and 20 minutes. Damn, I'm nursing that beer. Is there any more Heineken's in my little beer stash? There is not. Budweiser and Tiger it is, I guess. So, Tiger, Singapore strong beer. I have to drink all my foreign beers because they won't buy them. I was trying to get a place to buy all my leftover alcohol so I can use it for food money before I go. And they won't buy the foreign beers. Pain in my ass. But I was tempted to just leave them in the truck for the month and a half I'm gone. But the truck gets too much sunlight, they'll all just ferment to nastiness and spoil. So, yeah, fuck it. I'll drink a few. But no, I think that, you know, if the Canadian government was a little more fair, I shouldn't have to marry someone if I've had a kid with them. Do you know what I mean? Like, and they're like, oh, well, she won't go back. That's why they wouldn't let her get a tourist visa. It's like, are you fucking kidding me? We're together. I don't want to be here. Why do you think she's going to come over and stay on her own? And I have a return ticket. Would I blow $800 on a fucking return ticket for nothing? It's just bullshit. Yet you can have all these other groups come in with nothing, stay, get $280 a day. It's like, what the fuck? They're not going home. They've already made it even clear they're not going home. So it's not fucking fair at all. And I had a friend who's like, I bought it with a refundable insurance. That's why I paid $800 instead of $500. And I got back almost all of it. I lost $120. When you know they might say no, it's smart to buy the extra return potential to refund, right? But you don't get the money back, the 550 Canadian dollars you sent to Immigration Canada to process the application for the visa. That's gone. So I'm down about, I don't know, $1,600 all day in the past 2 years trying to bring her over. So, and if it had worked, it would have been fine. Now, here's the thing. If it had worked, it would have changed how my summer went. Yes, I'd have something nice and warm and sexy to sleep with, but I don't think I would have been able to stay on the farm in my RV. I don't think the ex and it would have been all, oh yeah, you guys can stay here. I would have had to go and fucking rent out a spot in a trailer park for the RV to keep her out there and keep her safe. Plus, she's very afraid. She's very timid about maybe the ex going to beat her up or cause her problems. It's like, and I understand that because a lot of Western women are fucking crazy and would do that shit. But not mine. My ex is not a fighter, so I don't think that would have been an issue. But you know what she would have done? She would have poisoned her. She would have poisoned the idea of me. She would have told her all these one-sided, not necessarily true stories about all the awful things I've done, all the awful things I've said, and what an awful person I am. Because that's how, exes that aren't violent are in the West. They're still not going to be all like, oh, good on you. I'm glad you found happiness. No. So, but here's the thing, it's a waste of money, but here's the thing, you have to know, right? And it's one of these things where I had friends telling me it was never going to happen. They're never going to let her in. And I didn't want to listen because I try to think positive, right? I try to think that, well, no, maybe it's going to be okay. I've got enough documentation. I got that political background. I got friends in high places, blah, 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 blah. No, man. No. Twice now. So, and I really wanted to come back with me this Easter. Mostly because I would like to see my kid enjoy Canada for the summer. I'd like to see her enjoy Canada for the summer. I don't want my dad to meet her, right? So, at the same token, I'd like her to have her Canadian passport. I mean, no offense to if one of the two people listening is Filipino. The Filipino passport's shit. There's a lot of countries you can't even fucking think of visiting if you have a Filipino passport. Canada is the second best passport in the world. Only Japan beats us, right? We're even better than America. There are lots of countries they won't let fucking Yankees in, but they'll let Canucks, So it is what it is. No, we did not have a baby at the time of applying. She was pregnant with, and my goal was to have her give birth here. And we didn't mention she was pregnant, even though that's not an issue. Right now the issue for me getting her, to come back with me now is she doesn't have her PSA, her birth certificate, which I need to show a Canadian embassy for them to issue her a temporary Canadian passport. And then I could at least bring the baby with me, but not the mom. But the mom has a passport. So my goal would be that if I went to a Canadian embassy, got a temporary passport for the baby, I could at the same time get a different visa for... That's exactly it. I mean, the insufficient ties is a huge one. So unless you're with some old broad who owns a bunch of houses, it doesn't matter. Technically, on paper, she owns a bar. She had a job that was paying, for here, decent money for our land. Fuck all. And she had the return ticket home. But they're just really, adamant. Oh, she doesn't have a big family either. So they're just all thinking that she's not going to come back. My thing is this, is with all of the fucking illegal people you allow in who are open that they're not coming back, from India, from Syria, from Iran, from fucking all these shithole countries. They're allowed in, but hardworking Filipinos who are close to family and will go home because they'll miss their family, you don't let in. If I open up a physical location in Canada again, I could probably get her in under a worker visa without marrying. But I think, fuck it, I like her enough. I'll take the risk. The risk is bigger for her than for me. And I explained this to her. Originally, I was going to take her to Thailand to get married because Filipinos can get into Thailand incredibly easily. And marriaging there is really easy too. But you have to pay a fixer, 1,800 Canadian, or stay in the country for 6 months. And as most people know who have researched Thailand, it is really fucking difficult to stay in Thailand for 6 months. They really want you out in 60 days. They don't want you sticking around longer than that. And now they even changed the laws where it's back to the way it was when he first took over as king. He's a great guy. I got nothing wrong with him. I knew him when he was just the prince. But the king, when he first became king, he's like, no more border rounds. You only get 90 days a year. That's fucking it. If you land one day on a layover, that day counts. Ooh, fuck. And I spend about 45 days every November and October normally with friends. So I didn't want to waste a single day. So I was like, okay, I'll just come to the Philippines. Then they lifted that. Things got easy again. Things got kind of crazy again. It got too crazy. And now, just like last week, they changed it back again to you get 90 days a year tops. That's it in the country. And it's by calendar year. So it's not like, it resets every January. No. It's like the date of your first entry in, done. So 365 days starts there. And you only getting 90 tops. You stay 91, the blacklist you never get to land again, right? So I don't want to fucking lose that. I love Thailand. It's fucking heaven. So I was going to take her to Thailand to get married because then it's not a Filipino marriage. It's easier to get annulled and divorced if she wants to leave me at some point. But it's $1,600 to have her there for 2 weeks. Flights, hotels, food. And $1,800 for the fixer, which does get you a marriage certificate that Canada will accept. So I'm going to spend $3,500 because there's going to be more costs. It's going to cost for me. There's going to be, a ring and dress and all that other bullshit. Because I'm not going to do it just like fucking marriage in a town hall. That's lame. I want to have pictures. I want to have a memory of it, So what happens is all that just to get a piece of paper to solve the Canadian government, or I can spend 75 Canadian dollars doing it here in the Philippines. So I proposed for her to do it that way. Explain to her, I don't want to divorce her. I'm not looking to worry about marrying her that we want to divorce her later on. For me, it's about she would be free to leave if she wanted to, or to be divorced. Just like I've told her, once I get my daughter set up with child tax, I'm going to put that into a separate bank account that's open just for the kids' tax. And I'm going to give her the bank card. It's not for me. I don't want it. If she wants to leave me, I don't believe in trapping people to be with you. I think that's just such a fucking small-minded man mentality, right? Especially when I know I can replace. I'm not going to be alone, right? I like her. I want her to stay, but I don't want her to stay because she has no choice. Do you know what I mean? And so to give her that bank card, which the government just puts it in every month, automatic. The bank card works here, no problem. The child tax for one child is more than she makes working full-time at her management job. Start adding kids and it starts adding up. Do you know what I mean? So, and yeah, Canadian kids get it over here as long as they've been registered properly, because I told you, I met that guy who has been here for 12 years. He's got 2 kids. He's never went home. He didn't even take them home. He did everything through the embassy. I haven't been able to find out how to do that. I talked to 2 embassy workers and they told me I need to take her home. I need to get her a Canadian passport. I need to register from a Canadian address. So, well, you can. It's called an annulment, right? If she agrees. Now, that's realistic. I know my Filipina would agree to an annulment just so she could be done with me, right? An annulment costs about 13,000 Canadian. So, and it takes about 8 months. But then you can go marry another girl and she can go marry another guy, right? So there is that option. Then there's also the option of a tribal marriage, right? So my reason why I'm not going to do a tribal marriage with her is she's already made it clear she's not agreeing to any sister wives or plural marriage things. So there's no point in that. Second thing is that it could take up to 9 months for them to register that marriage. I want it right away. If I go to a courthouse, I get it within 30 days here, right? Or a city hall. And this lets me get her to Canada for Easter, because that's my plan. I go back for Good Friday after I come back in January. And, it would be nice to be able to bring her and the baby with. So I want that marriage certificate in hand, pretty much ASAP. So that this way I have time to file the visa, get the paper, pay the fee. And it's cheaper to bring your wife, by the way, than to bring a tourist as well. So there's that as well. Not much cheaper. It's like 330 or 380 or something. I can't remember the exact number, but it's not 550 like the tourist visas. So, and she has a passport already. So that's the other thing too. Like if you meet a lot of these girls, especially provincial girls, man, they ain't got shit. They ain't got a passport. They don't got any ID whatsoever. Now you can get them their PSA, their birth certificate, because they're already grown up. It's already been filed, all that other horse shit, for cheap, like $30. Get them the passport for $140. Like it's not hard. I've gotten about 10 different Filipino people passports to get them ready to be imported to Canada for working. So far, I'm only in contact with 2 left, but they are. If I did open a building in Canada and I have a store there, that I could do it where I, have my warehouse for my merch, a living quarters for them, and a front area that's a fish for the fish business, and I would do that. I would. I mean, it sucks to have to be paying, but I have a budget. I wouldn't pay more than $800 a month in rent. I'm not paying tens of thousands of dollars in rent per year, bullshit like that. On a building, I'm only there for 4 months, right? First off, the fish business isn't busy enough. I mean, here's the thing, if I'm doing the show and I have hundreds of thousands of Canadian in my account, although I'm not doing it in Canadian, I'm being paid in USD through a Cayman Islands account. Like, I'm not giving the Canadian government any money of the Netflix of the streaming money at all. Like, they can go fuck themselves. So I'll be going down to the Caribbean to take care of that before I get that check, right? But it's one of those things where, yeah, I mean, if I marry here in the Philippines, I can't legally fuck other women, and she can't legally fuck other guys. Now, that's going to affect me more than her, right? Realistically, because I'm not going to go after her if she's left me and a year later she's banging some new dude. But I can guarantee you she'll come after me. And when I trade her in for some gorgeous 19-year-old and start having babies with that other girl, oh, yeah. So, but that's not even a factor for me because I'm not thinking along those lines. If you start planning for those kinds of angles, that's what's going to happen, right? You materialize what you are, dwelling on as thoughts, So for me, I want to think that it's going to last long term, and she's going to mature a bit more as she gets more used to being a mom and being in a relationship. And if she does agree to marry, she's going to be a traditional Filipina and, be like a Mexican broad, ride or die kind of girl, right? So I know that all the guys say that, and it doesn't work out for so many of them, but they chose bar girls, or they chose fucking girls who already have kids with other dudes. Like, they chose girls that were not marriage material to start with. Mine is marriage material. Do you know what I mean? Like I said, that was a brand new car. I took it for its, I'm happy, right? I just have to make it so that she's happy, because I don't want to be with someone that doesn't want to be with me, and I don't want them trapped with me because they can't legally get away, right? So I guess that's sort of, I think that a lot of us Canadians guys, at least the ones that aren't sacks of shit, feel the same way. You don't really want to be with a woman who doesn't want to be with you, who's grossed out by you, who hates you. And over here, you don't want that either, because they'll just kill you. Realistically, like I said, it's 20,000 pesos to get someone eliminated. That's pretty damn cheap. And they don't do autopsies. And she's cooking all your food. It takes a little bit of fucking arsenic. And you can buy all that at the grocery store, by the way. Like, a lot of poisons we can't buy in Canada, you can just buy at the grocery store because they use them to kill rats and cats and dogs. So it's it's a little different over here. It really is, right? So, but they don't even go that far. Maybe some of them do, and we won't know because those are just the old guys who died unexpectedly, right? And there's a lot of those guys that just find dead in hotel rooms, or guys who were healthy one day and the next day, whoop, they had a heart attack. How the fuck they know they had a heart attack without an autopsy? They don't. It's just like during COVID. Everyone died of COVID, right? Check the box. No one's cutting them open to check, right? So it's sort of the same boat. It really is. But no, I think that it's one of those things where if you come over, take your time, choose wisely, as the old knight in Indiana Jones says, don't pick the wrong cup, and don't be in a rush. Don't be in a rush. You say you're in your early 30s, mid 30s, you don't need to rush, man. When you're a 75-year-old dude, okay, you need to rush. Your time's almost up. You need to hurry up. But I'm not in a rush. That's why I took my time. I was here for like a year and a half, a year at least, before I got real serious about the final three. And and one of those final three wasn't even really a final three. She was a placeholder because my dick needs to get fed every day. But I had no real intentions on keeping. It was just convenient, and the physical activity was quality enough. But it was really between this one and one other that were the real ones that I was really serious in. And once this one actually started dating me, oh yeah, I got rid of all the other ones at that stage. Because, like I said, the first date was a little, I didn't see her for like a month and a half. We still talked, but I felt like maybe I didn't measure up for her. Maybe she didn't like me. And she told me she didn't. I don't know if you watched the old videos. I had my goat and stuff still and things like that. And a lot of Filipinos don't like facial hair. And I don't blame them. A beard's dirtier than a toilet bowl brush, especially over here in the heat. Holy shit. But Uh, you know, I was willing to get rid of the beard. It wasn't a big sacrifice, and we took our time. There was a few more dates, and then it got to a level where okay, I'm going to focus just on this one, right? And then I did. And like I said, it was easier to, because I'll be honest, it's a lot easier when you have someone like that, even if you're not living with them. So you can still like date and chat with others, but you're not fucking others. To weed out bad people. Nah, what's wrong with looking like a child? I mean, realistically, like, youth is a strength. I'd rather look like a child than an old timer. That's me. Like there's this procedure in Cebu where they'll take care of these bags, like 4,000 pesos. If I had the money, I'd be getting that done before I went home. Well, you know, there are some exercises you can do. Dining at the Y is one of them, which can totally strengthen that jaw muscle. And then you're definitely going to keep her, because that's the other thing too, is a lot of these girls have never actually had a successful the men here don't care about that at all, and they get with old dudes who don't know how to or just don't care either. I've had some real stalkers because of that, where it's like even though they'd already had some experience, they hadn't had that experience, and yeah. So just keep those jaw muscles going. But no, it's how you feel too about yourself. I mean, I know girls who deliberately make their men grow a beard just so other Filipinas won't like them. You know what I mean? So it could be something like that, even where you just need to be like, if you do baby face it and you say something like, "Oh, these two girls were telling me how guapo I look. How they love my smooth face," and then she'll be like, "Oh, you should grow a beard back." Like they're that fucking crazy sometimes. They're that possessive, right? So, you can always trick them into your way. You're dealing with children, right? So you just gotta, how can I convince this kid to let me grow my beard? That's how. Now the catch depends on how harsh your stubble is. I'm an old stock Canadian, so I'm pretty fucking pale, and so my beard, it can grow full and it can be stubbly as fuck. And they have such soft skin, so it might just be that kind of issue too, where it's like, even if she doesn't like it, it's also painful, right? So, maybe do like make a deal with her, like where you just grow like the Amish style, just like that. So your lips are still soft for her, but you get to keep hiding the chin, lack of chin, whatever the situation is. But no, I mean, I know a lot of Westerners keep their beard, and like I said, I know at least 3 of the Westerners where when they shave, they look really good, and so the woman all of a sudden likes the beard because they don't want all the attention to their man. They're like willing to sacrifice their own preferences just to keep other bitches off. So maybe you get lucky with one of those. But that's the thing too, is that means you already have someone you're thinking of committing to. If you're already willing to say, "Oh, well, I'm going to keep it smooth for, or I'm going to shave for," bro, you're not even here yet. You should not have any of them that have any level of power like that on you yet. At this stage, they're all just in a race, right? And so maybe what disqualifies this one is that the other one is like, "Oh, I love a beard. Yeah, it's so sexy." And you want to keep your beard, right? So just like I said, what are you willing to give up just to have what is in abundance here? That's the question, right? And for me, I wasn't willing to give up anything. I grew and took off the beard a couple times while I was here in the first year, because I don't really care if I have it or not. I feel I look good both ways. I get attention both ways. The catch with the beard is I don't get as much young attention, and I like Leo. I have an age gap. I cut off date where, oh, you're this old. You're not even. Now I won't get rid of this one when she gets that old. It's not that. It's just I won't start a relationship with a girl past a certain age. Why bother, right? That being said, my beard, when it grows in, does have a few bits of gray in it, and it ages me. It lets people know, oh, this guy isn't in his 30s, or he's got to be at least in his late 40s. And I'm now in my late 40s. I wasn't then, right? So I would shave it off if I was deliberately dealing with an option that was a bit younger, because I've met dads that were a lot younger than me, and that's awkward as fuck. Where it's like, I'm almost old enough to be your dad, and I'm banging your daughter. Shit, And I know I shouldn't care. I have other expats that tell me, hey, no, he doesn't care. He just wants your money. I understand. It's a residual of growing up in the West where I feel a little bit weird. Partying with a guy who might one day be my father-in-law, and he's a few years younger than me. It's like, because they have kids young here, ridiculously young. Like, I've met several minors with 3 or 4 kids. And, there's a whole tribe of people called the Bajo. And they produce some fucking tasty girls. Oh, my God. Cut a finger off if I get one when it was brand new at the right age. You know what I mean? Like, oh, my God, just like supermodel hot. But they're super poor. They're like gypsies. They're scammers. They're thieves. They're, the thing that goes bump in the night, according to the locals. I don't believe any of those things, by the way. Just so I don't get in trouble with YouTube. I don't, there's my disclaimer there. But that's how the locals see them. And I met some where, she's like 15, 16, 17 in Jensen. She's got like 3 fucking kids already. It's like she had her first kid when she was 13. It's like, whoa. Now, obviously, it wasn't by some other 13-year-old. And it may or may not even have been a family member. The Americans would call it Alabama syndrome. Well, it depends on what kind of girl she is. Here's the thing. They're all children. So it's not going to be any different, except for the scamming level is higher and the ability to lie bold-facedly with more convincible lies as they get older. So it's a trade-off. I have a cutoff age all the way down to 18, and I have no qualms about befriending someone close to their 18th birthday who's very beautiful, who has shown interest in me, and waiting till the 18th birthday. There's been 3 of them so far where it's like, oh, I gotta say no, I gotta keep my distance. And then, the one, she came right over to my shop the day she turned 18, showed me her ID, hung out all night, followed me back to the hotel, knocking on my door, like, oh, can we please hang out? Please. I'm telling you, it's pretty fucking hard to say no to a supermodel who's pretty much begging you. Just because, oh, well, you just had your birthday today and I shouldn't. I'm the creep if I'm going to churches and picking up innocent girls. If this is a girl who's already and is actively seeking you, it's a little different, for me at least. Now, what do we talk about? Not much. But we hung out for about 3 months. She learned a lot of things, let's just put it that way. And in the beginning, it was crap, but she learned a lot of things. It really wasn't a lack of personality. It was the family. I just couldn't stand her dad. I couldn't stand her mom. Every time they'd see me, they'd want me to give them money. The younger brother was a bit of a creeper too. I think he was probably gay. He'd try and rub my shoulders and shit. I was just like, no, we don't do that in Canada. Don't touch me, bro. And we had an argument, and we just never really reconciled after that. I was just like, I'm done. You were fun, but the other one that was 19, she was also just using me for money, right? That's the catch. Some of the younger ones, the age gap is there only because they're trolling you. They're using you for cash, right? But I've also met two guys now that came to the old Gen store who, they're in their fucking 60s and they're with gorgeous, gorgeous early 20-year-olds, like ones that I would fucking go to war for. And they don't seem to have any problems. She dotes on him. She takes care of him. According to the one guy, she'll fucking do whatever he wants, whenever he wants it. You don't have anything in common with these people anyways. If you think that just because you choose a girl that's 5-year age gap, you're going to be able to talk about old cartoons and shows and music. And no. You have nothing in common with them. That's some sort of weird wish list thing that's just not going to happen, right? I mean, and because they're like children, that alone is going to test your sanity. Even if they're your same age or older, they boldface lie to you sometimes. The stuff they don't know that's so fucking common sense. The stupid things that they do, it's just like, what? So it's just one of these things where, I'm not sure how much age gap has to do with guys staying sane. And I think that which one are you going to get bored of first, right? It's also where is the age gap? Are you 75 and she's 30? Okay. I think that's going to last. It's going to work because that 30-year-old's holding up for you to die so she can get all your shit, right? You're in your 30s and she's a 19-year-old. Might work. It's only 10 so years. You're still both young enough to have fun, young enough to travel. She's young enough to have babies that'll be healthy and strong. So then motherhood kicks in. And most of these girls don't want to leave the father of their children. That's why they'll stay with a Filipino who kicks the fuck out of them and doesn't make any money because he's the father of my children. You won't see that in a Western woman. She's kicking his ass to the curb and looking for another fucker, right? So it's just one of these things where I think it depends on how big the age gap is and where the age gap is. I think, like I said, I met 80-year-old guys who are banging early 20s and teens, right? And they're not keeping these girls. They're truly just playing these girls. But sometimes the girls have been incredibly lovey-dovey, like just so happy that they have a white man, right? Like, we are the fucking prize, man. It's not even if you're rich. They want our seed. They want to have a white man. It's a status symbol. It's like over here, a lot of these girls have fucking braces. They don't need them. It's a status symbol. It's mouth jewelry. It's look, I can afford braces. It's part of their mentality to show off, to outdo the Joneses. And one of the things about outdoing the Joneses over here is you have a white man. It's a huge badge. As the white man, though, I'll tell you, it's also a pain in the ass for you because everyone expects that you are going to carry everybody. You're just going to be a fucking walking ATM machine. You're going to buy a pig every month. You're going to throw parties everywhere that they can all come over and eat for free. You're going to buy people vehicles. You're going to buy them motorbikes. You're going to help them fund all their bullshit wish list of dreams for businesses. Yet they can't fucking run a business to save their lives. They all open sorries right beside each other, which are like corner stores, right? That's all the same shit. And you know what's dumb about it? Like my little neighborhood is called St. Vincent. I do love the neighborhood. I walk around all the time. If you watch my videos, you've seen at least a dozen sorries. During that blackout, not a single one of them is smart enough to be off grid. If I was over here with sorry, or if I was investing in some broad to have a sorry, one of the first things I'm buying after I buy some nice refrigerators to keep shit cold so it lasts longer is a fucking generator or a solar grid piece. I mean, solar grids can get stolen. The generator you can literally cement into the ground and make it next to impossible to steal. It's hard to move it then, but whatever. You're deliberately kissing away that $1,000 you put into a generator. So you have it. And now whenever there's a storm, whenever there's a blackout, you're the fucking go-to for all the sorries. You can charge 10 instead of 5 for your ice because you still got ice when no one else does. You can charge an extra 10 pesos for drinks when the lights are out because yours are cold. You know what I mean? Like, you'll make back that money. But they don't understand any of those levels of consumerism. They don't understand marketing. They don't understand accounting. If you buy your girlfriend a business, she has a good day. Instead of putting that money back into the business, she shows it off, she wastes it, she spends it. I have referred to this on my channel many times. Sometimes they talk about the fourth hole. Now, some of them are meaning their girlfriend, okay? It's not. I mean, it is for them maybe, but for what I call the fourth hole is the hole in their motherfucking pockets because they cannot hold on to money. They do not know how to invest. They do not know how to save. They don't know how to run a business because when they have a good day, they spend that money showing off. Oh, look, mom, dad, here's 1,000 pesos. Or, oh, I'm just going to buy a case of fucking Red Horse for my brother. Or, oh, you know what I mean? Like they just can't help themselves. And it comes from being poor, sure. But it also comes from not being taught how to live with money. Because sorry, I'm starting around the course. It's 4 hours. When I was in Shenzhen, I did business with a family there, and I had a great family. I love them; they're great people, but they're fifth generation mega rich, so they've never ever really been poor, and so they don't know how to deal with money. They don't know how to make money. They don't know how to treat money. They don't even pay electric bills on time, and then they get shut off, and it's like craziness because we all paid you our electric bills. Well, why aren't you not paying it? Because they'll take that 10,000 pesos that everyone just paid them and go to the casino or go to a fancy dinner and pay for everyone's dinner, right? And sure, they have the money to do that, but they're taking it from the wrong hole. They're taking it from the wrong spot, and so then the business suffers or their assets suffer. You know, like I knew a guy who lost his house. The bank came and fucking with guards and they locked the gate on him. He's a Filipino guy because he just wasn't paying any money. He was down like 30,000 pesos. And then he comes over to my bar and he starts hitting up every Western, being like, "Oh, can you help me? Can you help me? Can you give me 30,000? Can you loan me 30,000?" Well, JB 8541, that is what a lot of guys do. I mean, you have to pay them a little bit because you're feeding them. You're buying them a few clothes here and there. You're going to get suckered into load and a little bit for their mom here and there because she used to have a job and she was supporting her mom and dad, and her dad's sick and nah, 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 nah. But you're going to pay a lot less than paying for an actual guide, and you get to fuck her. So yeah, half of my friends who come over here have done the whole translator guide gimmick to have something with them that they can fuck with while they're traveling over here. So yes, JBL 8541, that is something that you can do. They don't want to be called a holiday girlfriend, but yes, you know, you can get them. You can say, I'm only visiting for a bit, but they want to believe that they're going to somehow keep you, that even when you leave, you're going to keep sending them money, right? Especially if you're going to want to use all three holes. Remember, Filipinos don't like to suck dick, and they're not into anal. So, I mean, it's one of these things where you really want that full girlfriend experience, future wife experience. You got to make them think that it's going to be long term. You outright just tell them I'm only here for a short time and a good time, and I'm never going to see you again. If you do get a girl who says yes, you're going to catch something, friend, because that's a bad girl. That's one of those girls who's already thrown her morals out the window, which means high mileage and, like I said, diseases. Well, sure, like I said, you can find them. But like I said, what are you finding? You're not finding the needle in the haystack. You're finding the syringe in the haystack. So you have to ask yourself, is that worth it? Some do. Some do. Just on average. You know, it's an average game for me. Because yeah, I met some that could just, you know, go to town and they love it and they gulp it right down. But then I met others who are like all teeth, all scrapes, and no skills, and you had to really convince them. You know, so you know, it's yeah, but that's the same in Canada. I wouldn't date girls in Canada who say they won't do that. I just the date ends at that stage, especially if they talk about how they like being munched on, but they won't return the favor. It's like, what the fuck? It's a lot more dirtier down there than down here. But of course, my parents loved me and cut me. But it's just one of these things where, no. No, you can. You can just find a guide. I don't know why I keep a guide for 6 months though. That's a long time. Maybe 2 months at a time. I get a new one every 2 months. I mean, you're over here to have a good time, JBL, obviously. So why, you know? Well, they're eager because you're a white man. And I'll tell you, like these 80-year-old decrepit motherfuckers get these gorgeous 19 and 21-year-old girls who are super eager to be with them because they just want a white man. They just want the money that's going to come with it. You are a fucking Willy Wonka golden ticket. And every kid's happy to go to see Willy Wonka, right? Look at all the efforts those parents go through to get those golden tickets for their kids. You are the golden ticket. So, she fucking hates it. She likes it for you. Do you know what I mean? Like, yeah, it is what it is. I haven't actually had any say absolutely no. But it's not like I've had girls in Canada where I didn't have to ask. Like, we're making out, head hits the lap. They even undo the fucking zipper. It's like, thanks. Haven't had that here. I've just started getting to the point with the one I'm with where she's comfortable enough to make the first move and touch me or kiss me first. Like they just don't, they feel it's like sinful. Well, the good ones feel it's a sinful, it's a shameful thing. It's the Catholic religion, right? Remember, Catholic teaches that sex is bad, So Willie, I hate to quote Monty Python, but that is really how these people think of it. Like, I met girls who have never masturbated, because somewhere along the line they were told that was a sin. It's like, what the fuck? So, it's a very prudish culture for the good ones. And firstly, like I said, I want the good ones. I'm not into a whore. I just don't want something that's ready to party because I'm not the first one it's ready to party with. Like I said, those old decrepit motherfucking dudes who are not good looking, who are not buff, who are not doing great in the looks department, they're picking up some fucking 8s and 9s right out of the province. Fucking, they pay for their bus. They have a great time. They use them 3 or 4 times an afternoon to buy Viagra. It's like, holy fuck. And these girls are happy to be used because they, like I said, they think they just scored the jackpot. They just found themselves a white man with money who's going to solve all their dreams. Pinocchio style, right? So it is what it is. It is what it is. I mean, it seems like both you guys have, I know JBL's been on my page a long time. Escape to the Philippines, you've been watching for a while. I try to keep it as real as possible over here. I really do. I mean, I'd show more of the graphic-y stuff regarding what it's like for the dating scene if I had done videos back in the day. Now I'm taken and I'm happy, so I'm not going to be out there doing that. But there are channels that do. Just note to self that a lot of these guys aren't going to show what Cal calls the nitty gritty, right? They're only going to show the glamour side of it. And I mean, there are definitely girls I run into here where even though I smile, even though I approach, I still get shot down. They're just too damn shy. They're just, they'll do the tee-hee. They want to. They might go home and think of me, but they're not going to be brave enough. It's just like, if you do get 10 girls online you're chatting with, and you're stupid enough, you're sending them all load, so you got them in with that hook on the load, half of them aren't going to meet you. Like, they just won't show up to the meeting place, right? They were big on the idea, lacking the courage to actually follow through. So, but then you're right. Then there's of the 5 that still will show, 2 of them are fucking gung-ho. They'll do whatever you want on that first date. They'll meet you at the hotel. They are already sold themselves. They are in like Flint. And then the other three that are actually the good ones, the ones that will meet you, but they won't go home with you. They won't let you kiss them or hug them in the beginning. They ask good questions, not all about your exes and all about how much you make and what kind of job and house you have. And there are some of those. Like I said, but out of 10, you're only going to get about 3 of those. It is a numbers game, right? So, well, guys, you both stuck around a long, long, long time. It's 1:30 in the morning over here. I've done a 4-hour live, so I think I've done a lot. And I think I'm going to call it a night. Unless Amy's got some last-minute questions. And I hope you guys stay subscribed. Tell a friend to subscribe, and I'll be back next Monday for a live one and daily videos, of course. And we did just have a cyclone yesterday, so I don't know how my data is, if this is gonna eat up all my data or not. But yeah, we'll see how that goes. So have a great night, all, and thanks for listening, and thanks for the questions, and stay safe. And fellow Canadian there, like I said, if you keep in contact when I'm back, you'll see the videos when I'm back. We can maybe work out something to cross paths. Take care, everyone.